Hey guys. Oh, glasses off. How's it going? Happy Thursday. I'm convinced that my cat thinks I'm delusional because I am just speaking into my phone. And she's just looking at me like a maniac. How's it going? Hey. So today I am excited because we start a new case. Hooray! If you are watching, thank you so much. My name is Lacey Jane. This is Criminally Confident. And it's not because I'm confident in my criminality. It's more because I am too confident for my own good. I would kindly ask that you please make sure to hit that thumbs up button so you're liking the stream, and make sure that you subscribe to the channel. That helps me do this. And we are like 40 something people away from my ultimate goal. So no more constantly reminding you guys after we hit this goal. So if you have not subscribed yet, it's free. Please help a sister out. It would be great. Other than that, the only thing that we might run into that I might have to split my what's it called, my attention with, is the fact that there seems to be a lot of police activity where I live right now. You are on my headphones. I'm sorry. Okay. Make that 2 issues: a crazy fucking cat and police issues. They are not related. Hi, Dolly. And hello, Nicole. Thanks so much for being here. It's been a crazy couple hours. It's been a crazy couple hours. So let's go ahead and get this started. At least I got to take a shower. Like, small wins. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Are you watching on, were you recommended because of the YouTube page, or were you a sub? Was it shared with you? That helps me a lot. And I'll make a poll about that.
Trip over. Hope all is well. Okay. Now, did you heed all my previous admonitions while we were absent from each other, not to read, watch, nor listen to any news accounts of this case, not to discuss this case with anyone, and last but not least, not to engage in any internet searches or any type of social media type searches. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony. This is a criminal case. The defendant is charged with the crimes of first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated manslaughter of a child, and 4 counts of providing false information to a law enforcement officer. The definition of elements of those crimes will be explained to you later. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. The indictment is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of this case may be and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it would be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their final arguments. Following arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses. During these recesses, you will be permitted to go back into the jury room and take care of some things there. During these recesses, you will not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell that individual that you're on the jury trying the case and ask that individual to stop. If he or she persists, leave that individual at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy who will advise me. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence, in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, a cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people or places described in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit any of the places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any places discussed in the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communications, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on the internet website, chat room, or blog. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and a pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the other proceedings. Your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Does the state care to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Orange County. As we have heard several times throughout the course of the jury selection proceedings, this is the case of the state of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony. However, it is time to tell the story of a little girl named Kaylee. Eventually, at about 8 o'clock that night, somebody at the Anthony home, Cindy, you will hear from the testimony, contacts her son, Casey Anthony's older brother, Lee. Lee Anthony tries to find his sister based on some research he did on people's Facebook pages, where he hears or reads or learns that his sister is going to be at a nightclub in downtown Orlando that night. So Lee Anthony gathers up his girlfriend or fiance, Mallory, and they go downtown, and Lee searches for Casey and can't find her.
So many pregnant pauses.
During this process, Lee Anthony had sent a message or called Annie Downing, one of Casey Anthony's friends, who alerted Casey Anthony that her brother was looking for her. Casey Anthony, you will hear, got herself out of downtown Orlando. Day 19, Friday, July 4th.
This is 1.5 times speed too.
Casey Anthony is perpetuating this lie to her mother that they're in Jacksonville. However, she tells her former fiance, Jesse Grund, that Kaylee's at SeaWorld with a nanny. You will hear from an individual by the name of Will Waters, the guy Casey met July 4th, 2008, that she was at his house planning a party for the 4th of July. And they went to Lake Eola, which is in downtown Orlando, where they have an annual 4th of July fireworks display. They took a picture.
I hate fireworks.
Casey Anthony having a good time on the 4th of July, 2008. Tony Lazzaro
It always happens.
comes home on day 20, Saturday, July 5th. Before he arrives, Casey Anthony is captured on video with Will Waters at an IKEA here in Orlando. No Kaylee Anthony is talking excitedly about the fact that her boyfriend, Tony, is coming back from New York and goes to a place called Buffalo Wild Wings that night with Tony. In the meantime, she didn't forget to tell her mother that her car is now broken down in Jacksonville. And Jeffrey Hopkins is helping her get it fixed. And now we're not going to be back till July 12th. Another week. Buying time, the evidence will show. She tells Cindy that Kaylee Anthony is now staying with Jeffrey Hopkins' mother and Jeffrey Hopkins' son, Zachary. You will hear from Jeffrey Hopkins that none of that's true. So we go through day 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
It's so messed up.
No one knows where Kaylee is. And Casey Anthony is just gallivanting around Orlando, captured on video at Target, captured on video at a Bank of America eventually. There's no Kaylee Anthony on any of these videos. So where is she? On Friday, July 11th, day 26, Casey Anthony's back at Fusion, a nightclub. On July 12th, day 27, Cindy is getting text messages from Casey that she's still in Jacksonville. She's really at a Winn-Dixie at 9:30 that night. Captured on video. Sunday, July 13th, which is now day 28. Casey Anthony tells her mother that they had to stay longer past July 12th in Jacksonville because of a wedding. Jeff Hopkins' mother's wedding. And finally, we get to day 30. Tuesday, July 15th.
She must be super nervous.
2008.
Must have been.
You will hear that over the weekend, George and Cindy Anthony were doing some yard work and had noticed that a letter had been placed in the front door. They had to go to the post office to retrieve whatever this letter was. George Anthony was unable to accomplish or take care of that errand on July 14th. So on July 15th, he goes to the post office, retrieves this letter, and it's from Johnson's wife. Although Casey Anthony had exclusive possession of the white Pontiac Sunfire, the car was titled in George and Cindy Anthony's name. And so when it was towed to Johnson's wrecker, the wrecker company eventually sent a letter to the registered owners, George and Cindy Anthony. Here's where your car is. Come get it and bring cash.
Damn it, that's twice.
So George and Cindy Anthony drive to Johnson's Wrecker, and while Mrs. Anthony deals with the people at the front desk, George Anthony goes with an individual by the name of Simon Birch to retrieve the car. Along the way, George Anthony is telling Mr. Birch of these problems that the family is having, that he hasn't seen his granddaughter or his daughter for days. And as they approach the vehicle, an overwhelming smell is emanating from it. And it's coming from the trunk. George Anthony will tell you that he said a silent prayer, that it was neither his daughter or his granddaughter that he would find in the trunk of that car. Simon Birch, who you will learn has spent many years in the tow business and has seen and heard and smelled just about everything associated with a car, including when someone committed suicide inside a car and it sat for days.
Hey, make sure to like.
So Simon Birch will give you his
please.
opinion
Sorry, I almost
based on
choked.
his experience about what that smell was. And as that's going through his mind, and he hears George Anthony making these statements about his missing daughter and granddaughter, Simon Birch as well is hoping that they're not going to find a body in the trunk.
I think I missed a piece.
And when the trunk is open, there's a bag of garbage inside. And you will hear that Simon Birch took that bag of garbage and threw it over a fence at Johnson's Wrecker and eventually placed it into a dumpster there. George Anthony got into that car, drove it home. When Cynthia Anthony had her first contact with the car, her words to George Anthony were, "Jesus, what died?" At which point, her husband proceeded to tell her that there had been garbage in the car.
Is that a cough or a dog?
So George and Cindy Anthony go back to their house on Hope Spring Drive. Now, obviously frustrated about the fact that this car is not in Jacksonville, where Casey said she was with Caleb. And that it had been, they learned, at this tow yard since June 30th. So they knew she was lying. George Anthony had to be at work at 3 o'clock that afternoon. They put the car in the garage at their house to air out. Cindy Anthony goes back to work as well and is communicating about the smell to her coworkers. And they eventually convince her she needs to call the police.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Cindy Anthony texts Casey Anthony about 4:30 that afternoon that there's a major problem, that she needs to contact her. In the meantime, while all this is going on with George and Cindy Anthony, Casey Anthony is happily in her friend Amy Huizenga's car because days earlier, Amy had taken a trip to Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
And now Casey has her car. And on July 15th in the afternoon, Casey Anthony makes an appointment for another tattoo.
Oh.
Tells the guy at the tattoo place that she's going to bring Kaylee in with her when she gets this tattoo. Is captured on a Bank of America surveillance video.
What a weird thing to do with your child. No?
As she's driving to the airport, she speaks with a woman, a girl, a young lady by the name of Erica Gonzalez. Gives Erica the impression that Kaylee's in the car with her. When she picks up Amy, she tells Amy that she got a call from Kaylee Anthony that day on her cell phone. And eventually, Amy Huizenga drops off Casey Anthony at her boyfriend, Tony Lazzaro's apartment. Amy Huizenga, you will hear from the testimony, goes with friends of hers in her car to the Florida Mall.
Going to the mall.
And Cindy Anthony is at home, trying to figure out a way to get in touch with Casey Anthony. And so she goes through items that were left in the car. Kaylee's car seat was in the car. Casey Anthony's shoes are in the car. Some
Why'd
clothes
they
are in the
sit
car.
in the back row?
There were dryer
You
sheets
think?
in the car. There are items in the trunk, in a bin in the car. There is a bag that Cindy Anthony thought Casey used for work. And in that bag is contact information for Amy Huizenga, who Cindy Anthony never met. So Cindy Anthony calls Amy Huizenga and asks if she's seen Casey or Kaylee. Well, Amy just saw Casey. She knows exactly where she is. And even though the two had never met, Cindy Anthony on that day, on July 15th of 2008, is not going to be denied access to her granddaughter to the point where she is tracking down her daughter Casey's friends. Despite some hesitation, and because of the sound in Cindy Anthony's voice, Amy Huizenga agrees to allow Cindy Anthony to come pick her up at the Florida Mall. And Cindy Anthony drives down there, gets Amy in the car, is telling her all about what's been going on. And Amy directs Cindy Anthony to Tony Lazzaro's apartment.
Tony.
Amy goes up to the door with Cindy behind her, knocks on it, and gets Casey Anthony out of there. Kaylee Anthony's not there. Where is Kaylee Anthony? You will hear that Cindy Anthony basically pulls Casey out of there without her phone, without her belongings.
By her hair.
They drop Amy off. And at this point, Cindy Anthony is not going to be denied access to her granddaughter, who has now been gone for a month. Casey Anthony tries the same old Zanny story with Cindy, but Cindy Anthony will not be denied access to her granddaughter. And since Casey Anthony is stonewalling, telling her mother she doesn't want to upset Kaylee, she doesn't want to disrupt this routine that she's now in, Kaylee's going to be upset, Cindy has had enough and decides that the only way I am going to get access to my granddaughter is to get the police involved. So she drives Casey Anthony in her car to a substation of the Orlando Police Department, which at that time of the night is closed, and makes her first 911 call from her car, from the parking lot.
Good for
of the
her.
Orlando Police Department substation.
Excuse me.
During the course of this trial, you will hear that first call that Cindy Anthony made to the Orlando Police Department. She wants her daughter arrested. The dispatcher from the Orlando Police Department is trying to determine if there is a crime that's been committed and where that crime has occurred. So in making this inquiry, it is determined that the address on Hope Spring Drive, where the Anthonys live, is actually within the jurisdiction of the Orange County Sheriff, not the Orlando Police Department. And they give Cindy Anthony a choice about whether or not she wants to wait on the side of the road for a deputy to show up or go back to her house and make another call, and she chooses the latter. During this exchange, and while there is some dead air between the dispatcher and Cindy Anthony, you can hear Cindy Anthony threatening to take Kaylee away from Casey Anthony.
Ooh.
And Casey Anthony has to run with it.
She said what?
You will learn that during this exchange, George Anthony, who's been apprised of some of this, not all of it, some of it, calls Lee Anthony, Casey's older brother, and says, you need to get to the house. So Lee Anthony, who lives in the area, arrives at the house on Hope Spring Drive just before Cindy and Casey Anthony. And as they pull up, they get out, they rush in, he gets no information. There's the car in the garage. He notices himself that there is an overpowering smell, indescribable smell associated with that call.
Okay, I was
And as
told
they
to
all
rewind
rushed in the
15
house,
seconds.
Cindy Anthony basically
The thing
tells
is,
Lee
I
to
can't.
get information from your sister.
Okay, so
She's not telling me anything. House on Hope Spring Drive just before Cindy and Casey Anthony. And as they pull up, they get out, they rush in, he gets no information. There's the car in threatening to take Kaylee away.
Okay, here.
And Casey Anthony has to go on with it.
What? Did anyone catch that? I'm not going to do it again.
You will learn that during this exchange, George Anthony, who's been apprised of some of this, not all of it, some of it, calls Lee Anthony, Casey's older brother, and says, you need to get to the house. So Lee Anthony, who lives in the area, arrives at the house on Hope Spring Drive just before Cindy and Casey Anthony.
Are they Italian?
And as they pull up, they get out,
excitable.
they rush in, he gets no information. There's the car in the garage. He notices himself that there is an overpowering smell, indescribable smell associated with that car. And as they all rush in the house, Cindy Anthony basically tells Lee to get information from your sister. She's not telling me anything. I want her to take me to Kaylee now. Shortly thereafter, Cindy Anthony makes her second 911 call, which you will hear. This time it goes to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. And she again talks about having her daughter arrested and mentions at that time a possible missing 3-year-old.
Whoops.
The dispatcher, in trying to get some information, elicits from Cindy Anthony that.
And by saying, I think that the family sounds excitable is not because Cindy called the cops. I think that was the right thing to do. But like creating a family meeting, like out of thin air, like the prosecutor is making it sounds like very Italian. Like, let's get as many people involved in the chaos as possible. I am married to one of the most Italian guys, and I've seen this happen. So just saying.
Her daughter, Casey, will not tell her where Kaylee is. So when patrol units of the Orange County Sheriff's Office are initially dispatched to this call, they're unsure whether or not this is a stolen vehicle call. Is this a...
Last time, I'll interrupt for a few minutes. Please make sure to subscribe to Lefty, the guy on the screen right now. He does like video games in the middle of the night, and he has been a tremendous help to me. So if you could sub to him, that would be so great. Even those of you on replay. Thank you.
Some other theft call. Is this a domestic incident? Because while Cindy Anthony is waiting, and it does take a while for the sheriff's office to arrive based on the priority levels that they give calls, Lee Anthony is talking to Casey Anthony, who is now in her room. And Lee Anthony is trying to convince Casey Anthony to just take mom, Cindy, to Kaylee. What's the problem? This is going to happen anyway. Why are you doing this? To the point where Lee Anthony eventually engages in what can only be termed as a role-playing episode with his sister, where Lee Anthony pretends to be the police officer and says, Miss Anthony, good evening. I see that you're having a problem here with your mother. Why don't we just resolve this? You take us to the child and everything will be fine. We'll all go home. We'll all be.
Let's stop for a moment. Been going for about an hour and a half. Let jurors take a break. We're going to take a recess. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess at this time. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Shout out to Valeheimer Media.
Okay, state recognized persons, jury. That's the defense. Members of the jury, did you heed all my previous admonitions? Ms. Burdick, you may continue.
At the break, we were speaking of Lee Anthony's efforts to convince his sister Casey of her need to just tell Cindy, their mother, where Kaylee Anthony was. That resisting, fighting, just not giving the information was counterproductive and would ultimately result in the same ending regardless. That whether or not Casey did it, or Lee did it, or the police did it, that they were all going to see Kaylee that night. However, in a pattern that is repeated throughout this case, when Casey Anthony's lie can no longer stand, when she can't get out of the corner that she has painted herself into, when her back is up against the wall, and when the stakes increase, what does Casey Anthony do? What she did. Casey Anthony comes up with a new, a bigger, and a better lie. It is at this point, with her back against the wall, with her brother telling her that the result of this disagreement that you are having with our mother will end in our mother's favor, that Casey Anthony first says these words: Kaylee was kidnapped by the babysitter. The babysitter that nobody has ever seen, that nobody ever saw, that her parents didn't know, that her brother had never heard of. Kaylee has been kidnapped by Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez. And upon hearing this information, all Kaylee's Uncle Lee could think of was nothing. He goes into vapor lock. He can't believe his ears. He has to focus now on solving this problem. And even though Cindy Anthony, the evidence will show, had to realize that her daughter had lied and lied and lied and lied for 31 days about where she was, about where Kaylee was, about what they were doing, at that moment, Cindy Anthony had to believe her daughter. Although her first response, according to the testimony that you'll hear from Lee Anthony, is, "What did you do?" Her first response directed at Casey Anthony, "What did you do?"
Damn.
And at that point, this story, the evidence will show, had its desired effect to take the focus off of Casey Anthony. Her mother was in her face. Her brother is in her face. How do you get out of that? You tell another lie. Cindy Anthony goes into an all-out panic. At this point, 911, again, the third time on the phone, and you will hear Cindy Anthony's panic 911 call to the Orange County Sheriff, the third call
It's gonna be messed up again.
she made that day. And this time she is hysterical. Cindy Anthony wants Casey Anthony to speak to the dispatcher on the phone. You can hear the exchange, and then you can hear Casey Anthony get on the phone like nothing. With the attitude, well, why do you people want to talk to me? I don't want to talk to them.
Then it's like so close.
During this call, Cindy Anthony tells the dispatcher from the Orange County Sheriff's Office that her granddaughter was kidnapped. "I cannot find my granddaughter. Something is wrong. It smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car."
You're entitled to believe that, Lost in Sound.
As you'll learn, as this trial unfolds, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, as do all police agencies, keep a almost second-by-second accounting of their response to a call. You will learn that the first officer that arrived at the Anthony residence was Corporal Brendan Fletcher. Now, Corporal Fletcher's dispatch was to the second call. So he's not completely apprised until he gets there.
Oh, we're
Of the
going to the
seriousness of this
fucking
call.
Anthony's house again. That's what he was thinking.
Eventually, after learning from Lee Anthony and Cindy Anthony and Casey Anthony in the home that Kaylee is missing and this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez has Kaylee, the Orange County Sheriff's Office begins to gather information about locating this person, And one of the things that is told to them by Casey Anthony is that Zanny, or Zenaida, lives at the Sawgrass Apartments, which is off of Conway Road in Orlando. So deputies with the Orange County Sheriff's Office asked Casey to show them the last place she saw her daughter 31 days ago.
Sorry.
And she gets into the car with Adriana Acevedo, a deputy with the Orange County Sheriff. Brendan Fletcher, the corporal that first responded to the call, follows in case he needs to do follow up with the people at the Sawgrass Apartments. And they drive in to the location at the direction of Casey Anthony. She points out the apartment where she last saw her daughter, Kaylee, and says, "That's where I dropped Kaylee off on June 9th, 2008. Brendan Fletcher finds somebody with this apartment complex, somebody in management or maintenance. And it's determined that while this is July, now 16th probably, 2008, nobody's lived in that apartment since February 2008. The prior occupants were evicted. So when these deputies from the Orange County Sheriff's Office returned to the Anthony home with Casey and no Kaylee, what does Cindy Anthony do? She continues to insist that something be done. That Casey is lying, that somebody needs to arrest her. She needs to tell me where Kaylee is. During this process, deputies send somebody to Tony Lazar's apartment where Casey's cell phone was. And her belongings were later retrieved by her brother, who went to the apartment. Kaylee Anthony was not there either.
See if that works.
One of the things that Casey Anthony told them had to do with having contact information for this Zanny person in her phone.
Zanny person.
So the deputies retrieve that phone and attempt to get any information that night off of it that they can in an effort to find this person who allegedly has Casey Anthony's daughter, Kaylee. They ask Casey Anthony, what pen and paper?
Apparently,
Tell us
you can't be
everything
on
that you can
Do
tell
Not
us
Disturb and do this.
about what happened and about this person that you say kidnapped your daughter. They were there to help find Kaylee Anthony. So what does the evidence show Casey Anthony did at the first opportunity given to her to put pen to paper? She writes, on Monday, June 9th, 2008, between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. Casey Anthony, took my daughter, Kaylee Marie Anthony, to her nanny's apartment. June 9th. On Monday, June 9th, 2008.
There we go.
The first words written to the Orange County Sheriff about the disappearance of Kaylee Anthony are a lie. This statement is single-spaced, 4 pages, and during the course of this trial, you have the opportunity to review it, and you will see that it's 4 pages of lies. The patrol supervisors at the scene of the Anthony's that morning.
Hey, make sure to subscribe.
Decided
Big
that
day.
they needed to call a detective out to the house to follow up in this investigation, to tell the detective what their findings were, at least preliminarily. While they're waiting for the arrival of the detective, the sergeant on the scene, Reginald Hosey, took Casey Anthony on a short walk. There's a cul-de-sac that is 2 or 3 houses down from her residence, and asked her, is this a domestic situation? Is it just a matter of you don't want your mom to have access to your child?
Finally, someone was an adult.
And Detective Hosey is left with the impression from Casey Anthony that night that this is no big deal
Woof.
and that her child is fine. At 4 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, July 16th, Detective Yuri Milch, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, first arrives at the Anthony house. he gets a copy, or he reviews that handwritten statement of Casey Anthony, and he asks to speak with her. She talks with him in a room in the house. He ultimately tape records their conversation, and he says, is this true? Do you want to change anything on this statement? And Casey Anthony says, no, sir, no way. This is what happened. I'm telling you the truth. One of the things that she had relayed to the Orange County Sheriff's Office was that she had a phone, another phone that was lost at Universal Studios where she worked, that there were people who were employees of Universal Studios who she had told about this situation.
This is important.
Detective Melich again asked if Casey Anthony could take him to the location where she says she last saw her daughter at the Sawgrass Apartments, and she takes him right back to that same place where she took the patrol officers. He asked if there are other people related to this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez that he could contact in an effort to locate Kaylee Anthony. She takes him in the area of another residence, supposedly of Zenaida Gonzalez's mother. No one is contacted, nobody is found. They return to the Hope Spring house with no Kaylee. Casey Anthony goes back in her house, and Uri Melich begins his investigation. And that investigation begins at Universal Studios.
Dum, dum,
Uri
dum.
Melich contacts a employee of Universal Studios by the name of Leonard Tutura in an effort to determine where Casey Anthony works.
I was going to
where
say,
these
is
other
that
people that she said
HR?
can be contacted work, how they can be contacted. And Detective Melich learns Casey Anthony doesn't work at Universal Studios.
Wow.
Casey Anthony hasn't worked at Universal Studios for years.
Wow.
These people that she told you were here, they don't work here. So Detective Melich, with the assistance of his supervisor, Sergeant John Allen, and another detective by the name of Abby Wells, made contact with Casey. The first contact is made by Detective Melich over the phone, where he calls Casey Anthony and says, you work at Universal Studios, and this is the information verifying what she had told him before. She's like, yes, absolutely, of course. Yes, you're right, that's it. He knows it's a lie. Maybe they all had it wrong. Maybe if Casey comes out to Universal Studios, we can clear this all up. Maybe we're not getting the names right. Maybe I wrote it down wrong. And she is contacted and agrees to come out to Universal Studios. So Detective Melich is there with Leonard Tutura, and John Allen and Abby Wells go to the Anthony house, pick up Casey Anthony, and she accompanies them to Universal Studios. She drives to the park, just has a chit chat with them on the way, and they get to the security gate at Universal Studios, and she's denied access. They're suggesting she doesn't work here. They ask her for her identification. She tells them, I forgot it, I don't have it.
Oh, God.
Leonard Tutura, who's there with Uri Melich, allows them to come in anyway. And there, Casey Anthony is supposed to show them the office where she works and where she lost her phone, or where there might be some information about Zenaida Gonzalez. And you will hear testimony that Casey Anthony walks with purpose through that security gate and heads towards an administration building, walks in, and
Ron, you'll have to stick around and watch.
true to what we've seen, or you will see during this case, is at the end of the hall. And she puts her hands in her back pocket and smiles. All right, I don't work here. Detectives Allen, Wells, and Melich then speak with Casey Anthony on tape in the conference room at Universal Studios, where she admits to them that she's been lying to them about working at Universal. Because that's the lie the evidence will show they caught her in. But she will not waver at that point from her story about the name. So in an effort to find this person she insists exists, the detectives take her from Universal and show her pictures in the driver's license database of individuals with the name Zenaida Gonzalez. She doesn't know any of them. None of these Zenaida Gonzalez's on your driver's license pictures are my Zenaida Gonzalez. At this point, since Casey Anthony admitted to them that she lied during the process of this investigation, she was arrested. And at this point, the investigation, by necessity, takes two different paths. There was the investigation that continued into attempting to locate this person that Casey Anthony insisted had her daughter, this Zenaida Gonzalez. There were tips and phone calls and sightings of Kaylee Anthony all across the country, on airplanes, in gas stations, all over the place. Tips that were followed up by members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, local police agencies in different states know Kaylee Anthony and knows Zenaida Gonzalez. That night, July 16th of 2008, with the permission of George and Cindy Anthony, the Orange County Sheriff's Office seized Casey Anthony's white Pontiac Sunfire. And you will hear testimony from crime scene technicians and ultimately the individuals who evaluated and analyzed evidence taken from that truck during the course of this trial. You will also hear that the trash bag that Simon Birch had thrown out of the car the day before, when George Anthony picked up the Sunfire at the Johnson Wrecker, was located in the dumpster when George Anthony went with a missing persons civilian investigator to find it. Was there something in that garbage that would help the Orange County Sheriff's Office find his granddaughter? George Anthony wanted to know. On Thursday, July 17th.
All right, maybe I sent you a message.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office had one of their cadaver dogs, which you will hear during the course of this trial is a dog that is specially trained in detecting the scent of human remains. Do a sweep around the car. Deputy Jason Forgy, who has many years of experience in handling police canines and who has worked with his dog Garrus prior to Garrus's recent retirement for a long period of time, took the dog around the car, at which point Garrus alerted, gave a trained final alert, which will be explained to you, on the trunk of the car as having the odor of human remains. Later that day, Garrus was taken to the Anthony residence, where, again, George and Cindy Anthony had given permission to the members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office to look in their yard to see if there was any evidence that would help them learn what happened to Kaylee. Where was Kaylee? And then again, in the backyard, near Kaylee's playhouse, Garrus alerted to the odor of human decomposition.
Oh.
Deputy Forgy had asked that another canine handler, this one from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Kristen Brewer, Sergeant Brewer, brought her cadaver dog
Melissa,
to the Anthony home.
just scroll up. You
And
can
her
see
cadaver dog also
we
alerted
explain.
to the odor of human decomposition near the playhouse in the Anthony's backyard. Now you hear that crime scene technicians dug up in the areas where the dogs alerted, did not find Kaylee. Evidence from the car was also preserved: hair, air samples, samples from the carpet lining the trunk, samples from the spare tire cover were cut and collected in tin cans by members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Samples of Casey Anthony's DNA, Lee Anthony's DNA, Cindy and George Anthony's DNA, and a hairbrush that was used by Kaylee to get a sample of her DNA was obtained. The hair and other debris collected from Casey Anthony's Pontiac Sunfire was sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's laboratory in Quantico, Virginia. And you will hear that the evidence and testimony in this case establishes that forensic science has discovered that there is a distinctive band of discoloration that occurs at the root end of a hair under very specific and unique circumstances. According to these scientific studies, you will hear this artifact occurs only and has only been seen in hairs taken from decomposing human bodies. Of the many hairs that were found in the trunk of Sunfire, one hair exhibited the classic characteristics as described. This supports the prior investigative findings, not only as it relates to the alerts by the trained cadaver dogs, but also the ability of those people who have smelled a dead body before to know what it is. These findings led to the inescapable conclusion that, in fact, a dead body had been in the trunk of Casey Anthony's car. And you will learn that the FBI compared the hair that I just described to hair collected from Kaylee Anthony's hairbrush through the use of mitochondrial DNA, which will be explained during the course of the trial, as well as microscopic analysis, and determined through the unique characteristics of the hair that they were indistinguishable from those of Kaylee Anthony. The testimony in this case regarding the analysis of this hair will convince you that it was the hair of Kaylee Marie Anthony that was found in that trunk. Nevertheless, in order to further establish the nature of the odor emanating from Casey Anthony's trunk at that point, the Orange County Sheriff's Office contacted an individual who is the leading expert in the field of the biochemistry of the odor of human decomposition. That individual, Dr. Arpad Voss, will be testifying for you during this trial. And in 20 years of studying the chemistry of the odor of decomposition, he has spent the last 10 concentrating on identifying the chemical composition of the very distinctive odor of decomposition, of human decomposition. Dr. Voss will tell you that when he opened this can that was collected by the Orange County Sheriff's Office that contained samples of the spare tire cover in the trunk of Casey Anthony's car, he immediately recognized the unmistakable odor of human decomposition. Now you will learn that his research and others' research into this area is ongoing. And he will tell you about the instrumental analysis that he performed on the odor from the substance from this piece of spare tire cover taken from the trunk of Casey Anthony's car. What you will learn is that these compounds are consistent with a decompositional event occurring in the trunk of the car, possibly of human origin. But Dr. Voss will also tell you that during his analysis of those pieces of spare tire cover, that he found something unexpected. His instrumental analysis found the highest concentration of chloroform that he's ever seen. And while he will tell you that small amounts of chloroform have been found in human decomposition under specific circumstances, his analysis of the evidence in this case showed a concentration of chloroform thousands of times greater than he had seen produced by human decomposition alone.
I tried my best.
The amount that he detected simply cannot be accounted for by human decomposition alone. You also hear that different sections of this same spare tire cover, the samples from it were sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Crime Laboratory, and they independently confirmed through separate analysis the presence of chloroform. Upon receipt of this information, the Orange County Sheriff's Office detectives contacted the forensic computer analysts with their agency. You will learn that of the items collected from the Anthony household, one was a desktop computer. The hard drive from that desktop computer had been in the possession of the Orange County Sheriff's Office since July 16th or 17th of 2008. And when this information was passed along to these examiners, based on Dr. Voss's findings, which occurred at the end of August or beginning of September of 2008, the computer analysts were asked to perform a keyword search of the hard drive of that desktop computer for the word chloroform.
No.
And you will hear, in this case, testimony from Sandra Osborne, who is a forensic computer examiner, that her analysis of the computer revealed searches on March 17th and March 21st of 2008. What you will hear is that internet searches were conducted by a user in the Anthony home using Google. You will hear that on Monday, March 17th of 2008, between 1:43 and 1:55 in the afternoon, Google searches were done on that computer for the words chloroform, alcohol, acetone, and peroxide. You will hear that on Friday, March 21st, 2008, between the hours of 2:16.
Oh my gosh. Have you guys made sure that you're subscribed to the channel? Because I don't know if you see the big pinned message. Today is the day, which means the next stream is going to be bonkers. So make sure you're subscribed, like the stream. Let's freaking go.
And 2:28 p.m. Google searches were conducted for, quote, how to make chloroform, quote, how to make chloroform with a different spelling, quote, self-defense, quote, household weapons, quote, neck breaking, quote, shovel.
That's awful.
In addition to those Google searches, there were Wikipedia searches conducted on March 17th, 2008, between the hours of 1:53 and 1:58 p.m. for the words inhalation, chloroform, alcohol, acetone, peroxide, hydrogen peroxide, and death. On Friday, March 21st, 2008, between 2:16 and 2:28 p.m., a Wikipedia search was done for the word shovel. Also on that date, there were searches using websites blogspot.com, scipot.com, druglibrary.org, instructables.com for these words, quote, making weapons out of household products, quote, chloroform habit, quote, chloroform, quote, how to make chloroform, and quote, chloro 2. You will learn that Cindy Anthony was working on those days and at those times. You will learn on March 21st, George Anthony was working on those days and at those times. And you will learn from the forensic computer examiners that the context searches surrounding before and after these searches were done on that on that desktop computer at the Anthony home revealed that there could have been no other user making those searches than Casey Anthony.
Oh dear.
You will hear that despite the mounting evidence that made it more and more obvious as we got into September of 2008 that Kaylee Anthony was dead, that the Orange County Sheriff's Office and many thousands of private citizens continued to search. These search efforts, you will hear, in many areas were hampered by the passage of time and standing water that was created by Tropical Storm Faye in late August of 2008. Many additional attempts were made to locate this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Go figure.
She's never been seen. George and Cindy Anthony held out hope that their precious granddaughter would be found alive. However, on a rainy Thursday morning, December 11th, 2008, the Orange County Sheriff's Office received a call from a dispatcher at Orange County Utilities. The Sheriff's Office at that time was informed that a tiny human skull had been found in the woods off of Suburban Drive. This was in walking distance of Kaylee's home and within sight of the elementary school where she would be at this very moment if she were alive. Examination of that scene revealed that the body of Kaylee Marie Anthony had been wrapped in a Winnie the Pooh blanket, stuffed into multiple garbage bags, shoved into a laundry bag, and thrown into a littered swamp where she was just another piece of trash. A forensic anthropologist will describe to you that all that remained of Kaylee Anthony were her scattered bones, remnants of the clothes that she was wearing, and pieces of the plastic bags that had entombed her.
We're so close, you guys.
For
Keep hitting the
10
subscribe.
days, crime scene personnel from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation painstakingly worked on their hands and knees, sifting, digging, resifting, collecting evidence, and collecting the remains of Kaylee Anthony to make certain that she would no longer suffer the indignity of lying in a wooded swamp. The evidence by its very appearance, and you will see hundreds of the thousands of photographs taken in this case. And by its very appearance, you will be able to conclude that Kaylee spent many months in that swamp. Roots encircled the blanket, grew through the blanket. They encircled her hair. They wrapped themselves into the bags that she was in.
She's not even crying.
As you have seen in the photograph taken at the scene on December 11th of 2008, duct tape covered the nose and mouth area of that tiny human skull. The cotton and polyester backing of that duct tape was disintegrating in the harsh environment in which she lay. You will learn that 3 pieces of overlapping duct tape covered the nose and mouth of Kaylee Anthony. You will learn that the duct tape was placed on her prior to decomposition as it held the mandible or the jaw to the head. You will learn that the duct tape was stuck in the hair, indicating that Kaylee's killer never intended that it be removed. You will learn that the brand and style of the duct tape are distinctive and not widely available. You will learn that the Orange County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant on the Anthony residence late in the evening of December 11th of 2008 and discovered that the gas cans that Casey Anthony took from her dad on June 23rd of 2008 had a piece of duct tape identical in appearance to the tape covering Kaylee's nose and mouth.
Oh.
You will learn that a chemist from the Federal Bureau of Investigation determined that the tape was manufactured at the same time using the same methods. You will learn that the duct tape, identical in appearance to that on Kaylee Anthony's face, was used at the end of July on a missing child poster of Kaylee Anthony. You will hear that the pieces of shirt that remained
Well, it had to be
and the plastic logo that once appeared on that shirt, "Big Trouble Comes in Small Packages," were captured in photos of Kaylee and Casey Anthony taken in January and March of 2008. You will learn that Kaylee's Winnie the Pooh blanket was missing from her house. You will learn that a Whitney design laundry bag was located in the garage of the Anthony home, and the matching bag was missing from the house. You will learn that upon autopsy, there was no evidence of any trauma to Kaylee's bones. And you will learn that the only evidence indicating the cause of death of Kaylee Marie Anthony are the 3 pieces of duct tape covering her nose and mouth. The evidence in this case will establish that there is no other reason for the placement of multiple pieces of duct tape on this child's face, mouth, and nose other than the specific intent to end that child's life. As difficult as it may be for anyone to accept that a mother would intentionally kill her own child, from the evidence that you will hear in this case, there is no other conclusion that can be drawn. Kaylee Marie Anthony was not kidnapped by a nanny or any other person. No one but Casey Anthony had access to all the pieces of evidence in this case: the duct tape, the laundry bag, the blanket, the shorts, the shirt, the car. No one else lied to their friends, to their family, to investigators. No one else benefited from the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee's death allowed Casey Anthony to live the good life, at least for those 31 days. At the end of this case, you will have no trouble concluding that Kaylee Anthony was murdered by her mother, Casey Anthony. And at the conclusion of all of the evidence and argument in this case, we will be asking you to return a verdict that reflects the truth of what happened to Kaylee Anthony. And that is that Casey Anthony is guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree.
All right. Let's go ahead and whoops. Okay. I'm getting it started for you guys in the correct place. StreamYard is being frisky with me. All right, so just as a reminder, we have just now started the Casey Anthony case. This is an older case, but it goes along with my December theme of just stay away from crazy women, especially around the holidays. So if you could double make sure that you are subscribed to my channel, that is going to do a tremendous amount. It's going to make me really happy. Started off the sentence wrong. And please like the stream. That will help boost the algorithm so this gets in front of more people. And I'm here every day, every Tuesday through Friday, starting at 3:30 Eastern. I'd love to have you here more regularly. This is what we do. My chat is awesome. All right, let's continue this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the defense, I want to thank you for the sacrifice that you've made in your jury service and coming here and helping us see justice. We know it's no easy task, and we intend, I'm sure, both sides on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all the information that you need, and not a moment before. We are here, and you had to leave your homes because of an onslaught of publicity that lasted for 3 years. In the middle of sound bites and sensational media coverage, Lacey Anthony stands trial for her life. Now, what I'd like to cover with you, I organized my opening statement into several different ways. I'd like to cover with you what I'm going to go over first. First off, I'd like to tell you what happened. We sat through almost 2 hours. There was day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and so on and so on. And no one ever told you what happened. But today, you will be the first people to know exactly what happened to Kaylee Marie Anthony. I will also discuss with you Mr. Roy Kronk. That name was silent throughout the first 2 hours of this morning. And I think you're going to find after I conclude that it's going to be shocking why that name was mentioned to you previously. And what, if any, role Mr. Kronk will have in your evaluation of the evidence. I think that's very important, and we're going to cover that. After that, I'd like to talk to you about the investigation. This investigation was extremely thorough when it comes to focusing in on Casey. Probably the most comprehensive investigation that you will ever come across and in the history of the state of Florida. It was directed at one person and one person only. Now, the problem with this investigation that you'll find is that it reached a level of desperation. And that's going to be covered throughout my opening statement and my opening remarks. At what point do we stop speculating? At what point do we stop guessing? At what point do we stop being so desperate? Now, after the investigation, I want to talk to you about Suburban Drive. Suburban Drive is a location which is right around the corner from the Anthony home, and it is where Kaylee's remains were recovered. And there are numerous suspicious circumstances surrounding that location, and I want to make sure it's brought to light to you. I want to make sure you all understand what was there, who was there, and for how long. And then after that, I'd like to discuss Ms. Anthony's car. Now,
27
as you noticed from this morning,
people away.
there was a significant amount of time that had to deal with this car. And the evidence, or the lack of evidence, or the confusion of the evidence that surrounds this car will probably double, if not triple, the length of this trial. And at the end of it, you may find yourselves asking yourselves, after so much time, is that really relevant? Does it answer the question? Does it tell us how Kaylee died? And that's why you're all here today. We're not here to talk about day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. We're not here to talk about how inappropriate Casey acted, her foolish actions. We're here to talk about, and we're here to find out exactly how Kaylee died. And that's the key issue throughout this entire case. You may get distracted by emotion, and you may get distracted by what some might say reaches the level of bizarre. But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget that you're here on a first-degree murder case, a death penalty case, where they want to take someone's life. And that's what we're here for. And you're going to find that this is not a murder case. This is not a manslaughter case. This is not a case of aggravated child abuse. This is none of those things. But you can't be distracted. We all chose you because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case. You wouldn't be distracted by emotion that would let the law guide you in making a just decision. The death of a child is a horrible, horrible tragedy. Ugh. And no one here is going to ever say otherwise. But we have to remain focused. We're not the media. We don't have the opportunity to speculate and to draw in viewers and to sensationalize life. And that's what we're going to talk about throughout this trial, is life. Some of the happy things but many of the ugly things that come along with life. And that's what this case is going to be about. Afterwards, I want to talk about the forensics. Exactly what reliable forensics you can rely on, and what isn't necessarily science, but more like science fiction. And you'll see that throughout the course of this trial as the state reaches that level of desperation. And then I want to conclude with my parting remarks and tell you where I think at the very end of this trial we will end up. Now, everyone wants to know what happened. How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing?
Yeah.
It's insane. It's bizarre. Something's just not right about that. Well, the answer is actually relatively simple. She never was missing. Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. You're going to hear that Kaylee loved to swim, and Kaylee could get out of the house very easily, and did so on that day. We hear about it every day, or once a week, or once every other week. We hear of a story on the news, or we'll see a little blurb on the newspaper
Heard about it
about some
today.
poor child who accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool. Well, the reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy. Well, that's unfortunately, it's far too common. In fact, in the state of Florida, it is the #1 way that children die, is drowning in swimming pools. But what makes this case different? What makes it unique? What makes
It's the #1 way that children die under the age of 4, aside from motor vehicle accidents. Get your kids swimming lessons. I used to be a swim instructor for little kids. It's so important. Sooner the better.
the reason we're all standing here today? Is because not of the commonality, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened to. You will hear stories about a family that is incredibly dysfunctional. You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about. Come with me to 4937 Hope Spring Drive, where, as you can see, it looks like the all-American home. In fact, you can drive by any home in the United States and never know what goes on behind closed doors. You never know what secrets lie within. You never know what's going on. On June 16, 2008, after Kaylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life, or for most of it, hiding her pain, going into that dark corner and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in.
Now she's crying.
She went back to that deep, dark, ugly place called denial to pretend as if nothing was wrong. And you'll see as the evidence comes in that that is the most likely conclusion of the evidence, that something's not right here. Something's not right with this girl. You've heard some of it today. Some of it may have been shocking already for you to listen to. But what you don't hear, what you didn't hear, is that Casey was an excellent mother. She took care of Kaylee. That child never went without food, without clothing, without shelter. You won't hear a single person come up here and testify how she was neglected or abused. There's no broken bones. There's no trips to the hospital. There's no moment that would help you determine that this child was abused or anything but loved by all members of the family, especially her mother. The photographs that Ms. Rainburdick talked about early on, they were all taken by Casey. Casey adored her child. And you'll see photographs of her room, of her life, and you'll know that this child was loved, but not for a horrible tragedy, a common tragedy. Are we all here today? You see, this family must keep its secrets quiet. And it all began when Casey was 8 years old and her father came into her room and began to touch her inappropriately. And it escalated, and it escalated. What does a sex abuse survivor look like? They wear a scarlet letter? They have a tattoo on their forehead? We could all be sitting next to a person who's a sex abuse survivor and never even know it. These things are kept quiet. And these ugly secrets slowly will come out through this trial. A little bit of a sign here, a sign there, a sign here. And you'll be able to know and see what makes Casey Anthony behave the way she does. Why did she act as if nothing was wrong? She didn't run. She didn't move to California, New York, and say to her parents, sorry, you're never going to see your granddaughter again. That's the easiest thing to do. Instead, she acted as if it never happened. It never even happened. You hear stories of this Zanny the nanny. It's true. For 2 years, she pretended she had a job and pretended she had a nanny. Is that normal? Is that what normal people do? They get dressed up. They pretend that they're going to work. They have fake emails from work. Well, there was a reason behind this. Something's not right here. And anything Casey could do to protect her child, she did, including living a lie, making up a nanny, making up a job. That's what Casey had to do to live. She wanted to live. She forced herself to live in a world that she
I have
wanted
to go
to,
let my
not
dogs
the one she was
out.
thrust
I will
into.
be right back.
And you're going to see throughout this case how some of this evidence came to be. For example, when Casey came home and told her family that she was pregnant, just to be quiet. No one wants to know. Why? I hate to say, you'll have to speculate why. Unfortunately, because of the way this case was investigated, we'll never know all the answers. But it wasn't until she was 7.5 months pregnant did the outside world know that Casey was with child. When Casey was about 7 months pregnant, the family went to a wedding, her mother's brother's wedding. This is her uncle. There they are. That's their wedding photo. In June, Kaylee was born in August. This is Casey, 7 months pregnant. Everyone wanted to know who the pregnant girl was at the party. When Cindy Anthony, Casey's mother, and George Anthony were confronted with this, they both looked at Cindy's brother like he was crazy. They denied. Cindy, who is a registered nurse, said, "Oh no, she's just retaining water." You'll hear other stories, well, oh, she just had a tumor. She was pregnant. There's no denying this. This is a pregnant girl. But yet the entire family wanted to keep it quiet. Why? They hid this child, this beautiful child, in life. You can best believe that they would hide her death. Now, another thing you'll hear is when Casey didn't want to hide this anymore, she went to Cindy's job. And in the middle of the summertime in July, wearing an overcoat, hot summer day, wearing a huge coat to hide her pregnancy. When coworkers saw her, they began to talk. Office gossip came around. And unfortunately, a week later, Cindy Anthony had her come in and announce that she was going to be a grandma. Something's not right here. This is strange. This is bizarre. This is the life of Casey Anthony. Now, as this case was being investigated, this all came to light. Everyone was aware that they hid this beautiful child like a flower in the attic. They treated this pregnancy as if it never happened.
And yet
least
you're
that's
here,
a
Claire.
little suspicious.
Hey.
And you'll hear evidence that Casey has a brother, and he too wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. And on certain occasions when he was a teenager, he attempted to also touch his sister, although it didn't go as far. It got so bad that the FBI did a paternity test to see if he was Kaylee's father.
What?
And when he was confronted with this information, he didn't deny it. He said, "We'll talk about it when the time is right." Well, the time is now. The time is now to try and save his sister's life, but yet these secrets, these family secrets still remain locked. You're gonna hear all kinds of bizarre family behavior that just doesn't make sense. How parents...
Okay, I swear to God, I haven't watched any of this before. I just knew that she was found not guilty. But guys, did I not call it within like the first 5 minutes? The family being crazy, like their crazy shenanigans. Did I not call it? Just saying.
should
I can
stand by their
spot
child,
them a mile
but instead
away.
are throwing them under the bus, making bizarre statements and accusations. And that's what this case is going to be about. You're going to hear all kinds of interesting behavior from all parties, not just Casey. And once you see some of this behavior, you'll realize that the apple doesn't fall very far from the tree. We are what we are because of who brought us into this world and how we were raised. Casey was raised to lie. This child, who at 8 years old, learned to lie immediately. She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened. Nothing's wrong. That will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead. That's the most important thing you must keep in the back of your mind, is that
Did he just say that?
sex abuse does things to us. It changes you. Some people are fortunate to live with it. Others are not. And in this sad tragedy, it had to happen to Casey. On June 16th, 2008, Casey was home with Kaylee, and so was her father. Early morning hours, the exact time is not known. It could have been early afternoon, early morning. Actually, it was the early morning hours. George Anthony approached Casey and started yelling at her, "Where's Kaylee? Where's Kaylee?" They began to search the house. They couldn't find her. They searched in the bedroom. They searched under the beds, in the closets, in the garage. Then they went outside. This is a mock-up of the Anthony home, where you'll see they both came outside. Casey came around to the left of the house. George went that way towards the pool. They have an above-ground pool with a ladder.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about the pool and the ladder in just a moment. But what happened next is, as soon as Casey came around this corner and went back, she saw George Anthony holding Kaylee in his arms. She immediately grabbed Kaylee and began to cry and cry and cry. And shortly thereafter, George began to yell at her, "Look what you've done. Your mother will never forgive you, and you will go to jail for child neglect for the rest of your freaking life." She cried and asked for her father's help. And it was shortly thereafter that George did help. It's at this moment that Casey should have been stronger. Casey should have called 911. Casey should have done the right thing. And that's what she's guilty of. She's not guilty of murder. This is not a murder case. This is not a manslaughter case.
Yeah, I don't like.
This is a sad, tragic accident.
I hear what
That's
you're
snowballed out of
saying
control.
in the chat.
Her death was covered up. Why did George do this? Why didn't he call 911? Again, if the investigation had gone in a different direction, maybe we have the answers to those questions, but unfortunately we don't. We've done our best, and we'll do our best to bring all the information to you, but that unfortunately will go unanswered. Here's some things you must know about the swimming pool. Cindy Anthony will testify that on June 15th, as Ms. Drain-Burdick mentioned, Cindy Anthony and Kaylee went swimming. That was Father's Day. They went swimming until the early evening hours, late afternoon hours. They have a ladder that is on the pool, which they will both tell you they were religious about making sure the ladder was down so Kaylee wouldn't get up.
You got to do that.
They were religious about it. But unfortunately, did Cindy leave the ladder up? Did Cindy forget? Because right about the time they were getting out of the pool, Casey came home. We don't know. We don't know. Is she holding guilt inside of her for leaving that ladder up? We don't know. Again, if the investigation had gone in another direction, we might know. George Anthony will tell you that Kaylee used to wake him up all the time in the morning and say, "Jojo, swim, Jojo, swim," and that she can get out of the house in a hurry through the sliding glass doors and get out immediately. And that's why they were so religious about the pool. Now, something extremely odd happens the day after Kaylee drowned in the pool. And that is on the 17th, the day after, Cindy Anthony goes to work and tells two coworkers that someone is swimming in her pool. And they're like, "Of course someone's swimming in your pool. That's what pools are for. Pools are for people to swim in." Just, no, you don't understand. Someone left the ladder up. We're very religious about that. And someone left the gate open. I don't understand. This is June 17th, the day after. This is information that law enforcement had and completely ignored because they had murder on their minds. This couldn't be an accident. That's not sexy enough. We've got some bizarre girl over here lying to us and telling us these outrageous stories, and the media loves it. They're eating it up.
She
You'll
lives
find
with him.
that professional police work
Or
took a
at least
backseat in this
used to.
case. They were more concerned about the public than they were in doing their jobs. The 15th of July, Kaylee's reported missing.
Have
And
you guys
immediately-
subscribed yet?
Within 24 hours, Cindy Anthony tells Detective Mellish, who's the lead detective in this case, about the ladder incident,
Hi. Thanks for
and it goes
joining us.
ignored. There's no follow-up. No questions asked. No information gathered. No forensics, nothing. It's ignored. They're more concerned with the transport, the alleged transport of the car, than they are of what actually happened. This is a tragedy that snowballed out of control. And they didn't care. Now, what we do know is that George Anthony took certain steps to actually make sure he was as far away from the situation and that Casey would end up taking the blame for this. Why? Well, if Casey comes forward and is lying her butt off, who's going to believe a liar? Especially if they cry sexual abuse. So you'll see evidence, conclusive evidence, that he took actual steps to throw his very own daughter under the bus just to protect himself. On June 20th, you heard Ms. Jane Burdick tell you about Casey running out of gas. Well, what she does do is she does what she always does, and that's go in the shed and take gas from the gas cans. Everybody knew she wasn't working. George Anthony knew she wasn't working, but it's all part of the lie. It's all part of the facade. Nobody cares. So what he does is on the 24th of June, 9 days after Kaylee drowns, he reports gas cans missing. He calls the police. Now, this is an ex-detective. Who knows? When you report gas cans stolen, there's no detective that's going to come out and investigate the case because you've got some missing gas cans. You'll ask yourself when you hear this, who would report gas cans missing? Who? Well, the answer is George Anthony will. And the reason why will come to light 6 months later. Kaylee's reported missing on the 15th. On the 17th, Detective Wells comes to the house and he asks to look around the backyard. He then searches the shed and asks George, can I take a look inside the shed? No problem. And he doesn't mention anything about this alleged gas can fight that Casey had with George Anthony, where he claims that she wouldn't let him near the trunk, and where, as Mr. Rainberg said, here's your fucking gas cans. He doesn't say anything about that. But you will hear from the very first night, George Anthony was telling anyone and everyone who would listen, that car smells like a dead body.
Oh my God.
Something dead was in that car.
16 people away.
But he only did it secretly, not around Casey, not around anyone. In fact, he took a special trip to the sheriff's office to make sure he could speak with detectives alone, away from his wife, away from his son, and also so Casey wouldn't hear it. She's already in jail. On the 30th, he tells the FBI about this fight. He doesn't tell Detective Wells on the 17th or the 18th, 19th, 20th, and so on. He waits for about 2 weeks before ever mentioning these gas cans and mentioning how they were stolen. And the police do what normal police do, and they say, oh, wait a minute, there might be some evidence on them gas cans. So they take the gas cans. And this is a photograph that they took on August 1st of 2008 when they confiscated these gas cans. If you notice the duct tape that's there, the unique brand of duct tape that Mr. Rainberg mentioned is right on there. We've all seen duct tape, but it's very rare when you see duct tape with a logo on it. And this duct tape has a unique logo of a company right on it. And that's what makes it so distinguishable. And you will find that when Kaylee's remains are found, there was duct tape with the remains. 3 pieces of duct tape with the same brand. And is it a coincidence that the only place in the house, not on the pipes, not in the garage, not on some other, on some kind of repairs that may have been done in the house, the only place in the entire house that this duct tape is on this gas can. Just a couple of inches, but it's on this gas can that was coincidentally reported missing. Is that a coincidence? Or something more, or is there more to the story here? Well, on August 1st, right around this weekend, August 1st, August 2nd, George Anthony is at a Publix passing out flyers of his missing granddaughter that he knows is dead. He's passing out flyers and asking for donations, but a news crew is filming him. In fact, 2 different news crews are there, and he interviews with them. And right behind the donation jar is a roll of duct tape. The duct tape hidden right behind the donation jar. Mind you, this is first week of August. Casey has been in jail for 2 weeks. All you have to do is follow the duct tape, and it will point to you who put Kaylee's remains where they ultimately ended up. Or maybe not. And I'll get into it in a moment. Ms. Strain-Burdick told you that the only one who had access to this duct tape was Casey Anthony. Well, that's not true. It's not true at all. Picture tells 1,000 words. He was at that command center. He was home on the 16th. The only person and the only piece of evidence, the only physical evidence that you will find in this case that connects Kaylee's remains to anyone at the home.
I've gotten a lot of jewels. Thank you so much.
And that's why these gas cans become such a critical piece of information and such a critical piece of evidence. You cannot deny it. You can see it. You can feel it. You can touch it. This is evidence. And this tells you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument by the medical statement.
Continue.
Thank you. And this will lead you to the answers that you need. Now, most importantly, you're going to hear evidence that while at this public supermarket passing out flyers of his missing granddaughter, George Anthony met a younger woman by the name of Crystal Holloway. They became close. They started dating, or they had an affair, whatever you want to call it. He then began going to her house and visiting her. And on one day, before Kaylee's remains were found, her name is Crystal Holloway, and they began to carry on this relationship. This is the woman in the circle looking over at George at Kaylee's memorial is Crystal Holloway. Right around that time, George Anthony said there was sex. Well, he has denied and will deny on this stand that he ever had a relationship with her. But he couldn't get around the guard at the gate where she lives in, because that woman saw him coming and going many times at her home. And Crystal Holloway will tell you that one day they had a conversation, her and George Anthony, and George began to break down and cry. And she asked him, what happened to Kaylee? And he said, it was an accident that snowballed out of control. This is before Kaylee was ever found. This is while he is out passing out flyers, asking for donations to help find his missing granddaughter. George Anthony carried around this guilt for many, many months. It got to its breaking point on January 22nd of 2009, when he decided to try and take his own life. Fortunately, he was unsuccessful and the police found him. And we never got the answer in his suicide note. Again, a lot of
Watch Michael end up being target of a
talk,
crazy woman
but no
because he
direct
didn't
answers.
watch.
No concrete answers as to why he has all of this evidence, all of this information, and isn't telling anyone. I want to be clear about that. Absolutely 100% crystal clear about it. We are not, nor will we ever, say that George Anthony killed Kaylee, or that he had something to do with her death. And the reason's simple. It's not true. It was an accident. And despite how easy it is to point the finger and say there's something sinister here, and maybe play on your emotions, the fact of the matter is, this is an accident that snowballed out of control. This is not a murder case. This is not a manslaughter case. This is a tragic accident that happened to some very disturbed people. People with significant issues, unresolved trauma. And while it's been fodder for the media, and these bizarre stories just go on and on and on, the fact of the matter is, it's an all too common tragedy, an unfortunate one. Now, I want to talk to you briefly about Mr. Roy Kronk, the name that you hear during the Strain verdict's open statement. Mr. Kronk is the person who found Kaylee's remains off of Suburban Drive. And I'm going to show you right now a brief diagram and the interesting circumstances surrounding Mr. Kronk and his discovery. Now, before I start, I want to tell you that Mr. Kronk,
You're not wrong,
and again,
John.
we are not saying Mr. Kronk had anything to do with Kaylee's death, but Mr. Kronk is a morally bankrupt individual who actually took Kaylee's body and hid her. And anything that you derive from the scene off of Suburban Drive is completely unreliable because of the actions of Mr. Kronk. There was a $225,000 reward in this case, but it was for a live Kaylee. Mr. Kronk didn't read the fine print, and he thought he had himself a lottery ticket. Let me tell you and show you how Kaylee was recovered. First of all, the Anthonys live on 4937 Hope Spring Drive. Right down the block, around the corner, there's a wooded area. What's unique about this is it's the closest wooded area to the home. And it is the absolute first place anyone would look for a missing child. The first search party should have been and was probably there. Kaylee Anthony was found within 20 feet off the side of the road. She wasn't found in the woods. She was found off the side of the road and was missing for 6 months. Let me give you an example of just how far that is, actually, Mr. Tyler. Actually, this one. Now you're 4 feet away from the actual wall. This is how far Kaylee was from the street, where you're sitting. And you take into consideration that there's grass that's about 5 feet. This is how far, if you were mowing the lawn walking by on your way to school, or walking your child to school, walking your dog, this is how far away you would be. And for 6 months, with thousands of searchers looking for Kaylee, hundreds of people off Suburban Drive, every character with an agenda was out here looking. We had psychic dog handlers. I'm serious. We had a psychic dog handler. We had psychics,
What?
private detectives, bounty hunters, search volunteers, police officers. In fact, in October, there was 2 people called 911 because they heard of a screaming child in the woods. So police were dispatched. Helicopters were deployed.
Okay, I feel like I'm getting a lot of the same question. We're watching this as a PSA to go along with our December theme of stay away from the crazy broads, especially around the holidays. This is like their peak mating season. So red flags, ways to turn them down, everything that you can think of. Just stay away. We will help you stay away from them as long as you are willing to open your ears and listen. And for that reason, I hope that you will tune in Tuesdays through Fridays, 3:30 p.m. Eastern is when I start, and I usually roll out around 8:30. And we are covering this case because she is peak crazy. She is, I'm not going to say whether or not she's guilty yet because I haven't watched this trial all the way through. Everyone says she is, right? But I want to see and hear the testimony. So I think that's what everyone should do, to be entirely honest. But that's what we're doing. And I would love it if you made sure you like this stream and you are subscribed to my channel, because we are today, I know it's happening today. We are about to hit a huge milestone, a huge milestone. Last time I saw it was like 27 people, if I did my math correctly. We are 27 subs away from a huge goal. So please make sure you are subscribed, share, X, Facebook, Insta, Discord, wherever. I don't care. Text message. Let's get back to this. And thank you so much.
And they searched this entire perimeter area. I didn't find anything. So in September, they also searched this area. Volunteer searchers searched that area with a group called Texas EcuSearch. Then in the first week of November, again, they searched this area. Well, police also searched that area, but there are no reports of it. The only reports of searches that we could find were from the Orlando Police Department, not the Orange County Sheriff's Office. But yet, on December 11th, when Kaylee was found, the sheriff came out and announced that they were all over that area, and it was probably underwater. So the state of Florida does the smart thing and gets a hydrologist from the University of Florida to come out and conduct a study to be able to show to you how much underwater this area was.
You know,
Well, it turns out that that place was only underwater for 10 days. The rest of the 6 months, it was completely dry. Well, not completely dry, but it was dry. Now let me tell you about Mr. Kronk and his activities. On August 11th, Mr. Kronk is a meter reader, and he stopped off the Suburban Drive right around here with 2 of his coworkers. And right down the block, everyone was talking about the media frenzy over here. Now, this is August 11th. Kaylee's been reported missing for several weeks now. And there are about 5 or 6 news trucks parked outside of the Anthony home, and everyone's heard about this case, especially here in Orlando.
Come on, subs.
One of Kronk's coworkers says to him, you know, this would be a good place to dump a body. They should search here.
Who thinks
Mr.
that?
Kronk says, yeah, you're right. He then goes into the woods to urinate. And while he's urinating, he tells his friends, hey, I think I see a skull over here. And they start, oh, you're crazy. They start walking towards him and they see a dead snake. And they get so distracted by the snake that they forget about the skull. Mr. Kronk will later be asked, how sure were you that you saw a skull? He'll say 99.9999%. I was certain on August 11th, I saw a skull. He doesn't tell his friends, forget the snake, come look at this skull. He doesn't come down here and get a news van and say, I found Kaylee. Does nothing, goes back to work. Doesn't mention it again to any of his coworkers. Well, later on that afternoon, Mr. Kronk calls 911. Says, you know, there's 2 little areas that you can go in, and there's one long big tree laying down, and a bit further up, I saw something round and white. Not saying it's Kaylee or anything like that, but You may want to check it out. Okay. Officers respond, but they drive by, they don't see anything. August 12th, he calls again. And he talks about a suspicious gray bag, vinyl-like bag, even the material, vinyl. And he describes an area where someone ran across with a mower, but the weeds are still high, and a fallen tree that looks like someone tried to cut it with a white board. I'm sorry, someone tried to cut it, and there was a white board hanging across. A lot of details he's giving. Well, the police come out again, they drive by, they don't see anything. The next day, they tell him, why don't you come out tomorrow after work, and you show us where exactly this happened. Well, he comes out, and he meets a deputy. And the deputy's there to investigate a suspicious bag of bones. For some reason, it's not a skull anymore, it's a bag. The skull found its way into the bag. Deputy Kane arrives, and I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about what Deputy Kane said, but he doesn't find anything. Doesn't find the bag of bones. Doesn't find anything. September goes by. October goes by. November goes by. Mr. Crunk has the route of the Anthony home again. About a week later, he calls his son up. He has an estranged son that's in the Coast Guard. And his son will come here and testify and tell you, my dad called me and told me I found Kaylee's remains. Watch for me on TV because I want to be rich and famous.
Ew.
This is almost a month before he finds Kaylee's remains. December 10th, Mr. Crunk, his car breaks down and he has a bill of $1,084. This is significant because he's broke. It's time to cash in his lottery ticket.
I'm putting on the waterproof mascara
as luck would have it,
because I might get emotional.
And goes into the same wooded area and finds Kaylee's remains. Reasonable doubt is not sprinkled throughout this case. Reasonable doubt lives here throughout the entire case. You will not be able to trust a thing having to do with Mr. Crunk because he had control of Kaylee's remains for obviously several months. Where he found her, we do not know, nor will we ever know. And the reason for that is because the police never investigated him. This was their three-legged pony, and they were going to ride him to the finish line no matter what. Mr. Crunk says that on the 11th, he goes to urinate and sees a plastic bag. Okay, he sees a plastic bag. He hits the plastic bag, and he hears a thud. Then he takes his meter reader stick, and he lifts the bag up, and a skull rolls out. Again, somehow the skull made it into the bag, and now a skull rolls out. And they ask him, is there anything else you want to tell us? And he doesn't say, yeah, I called you 4 months ago, 3 times. He doesn't say a word. Now, he may come up here and lie and say, yes, I told them. In fact, he does. He says later on, he says, I did tell the police, but they told me, keep quiet about it. You don't want to say anything about that. That will be what we call a conflict in the evidence, because the police will thoroughly deny that they told Mr. Crunk to shut up and not say a word about calling back in August. Well, several days later, they have to go straighten out this story. They can't have skulls rolling out of bags because, as Mr. Burdick told you, that duct tape to them is the only thing they have. The duct tape that George had. They can't have a skull because the mandible where she was placed was directly underneath in the proper anatomical position. Skull rolling out of the bag isn't gonna end up that way, and they know it. So they massage Mr. Crunk's testimony, and he changes it. He says, yeah, it didn't roll out of the bag. I just lifted the bag and it was underneath it. But he clearly says it dropped out of the bag. He's on audio, a written statement, everything. Sworn statements, sworn to tell the truth. Well, one of the first responding officers, when they arrive to the scene and he's there, one of the first things he says to them is, do I still get the reward even though she's dead?
Wow.
Second statement is, will my ex-wife find out about the reward if I get it?
Oh my God.
Also come and testify that when he arrived on the scene on December 11th, Roy Crunk was leaning against his truck, smoking a cigarette. And he turns to him and says, Alex, I just won the lottery. The police want Mr. Crunk to stay quiet. They don't want these people getting at him. They don't want the media getting to him. So they ask him, please stay quiet. And his response is,
the media,
always gotta
that's
eat too.
badass.
Sorry, fellas. So what does Orange County do? What does the great Orange County do? They hire him a lawyer and they pay for it. Orange County pays for a lawyer for this man to represent him. And then he becomes his media agent. And the very first interview that Mr. Crunk gives is to Good Morning America, where he licenses them a photograph of a snake.
go ahead, Rebecca, and subscribe, and you'll be tuned in.
In exchange for this snake photograph, $15,000 and an exclusive interview with Mr. Roy Kronk, the man who found Katie's remains. Well, he gets his reward. He gets his interview. He becomes famous. But there's one thing's for certain. You can't ignore any of this at all. In fact, one of the call from August 12th ended up landing on a detective's desk.
Wait.
Sometime around late August. And it ended up
What did the snake have to do with it?
in front of a detective named Gerald White. And Gerald White will come in and tell you that once he got the tip, he went to the lead detective, Yuri Melich, and he asked him about this tip. Detective Melich looked at it and said, that area's been searched already. But yet we don't have any records of any police searches. But you're going to hear numerous people saying the police searched there. You're going to hear witnesses come and testify that they were trespassed, told to get out of that area because that area had been searched many times. Where was she? What did Kronk do with her? Why did he place her there that way? And can you trust anything this man has to say? And I would tell you, you can't. You will clearly see that you can't. The bright lights and the spotlight and the promise of fame and fortune took this man to take away all of the answers that you seek throughout this case. We would love to have more than just a photograph of the duct tape with George at Publix. We'd love to be able to tell you more and show you more, but we can't. And one thing you will know is that despite all of the ridiculous, stupid things that Casey did, that Mr. Ainberg told you about, there's not one piece of evidence, one single thread of evidence that links Casey to Kaylee's body. She's dumb enough to leave her on the corner, but smart enough to outwit the FBI, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Orange County Sheriff's Office, OPD, every law enforcement agency that the prosecution could muster up, every alphabet, the Secret Service. They even autopsied the snake. That's how desperate they were. Yes, there was a snake autopsy in this case. They searched for every single thing they could just to try and, well, it's quite obvious, a high-profile case. They had already made an arrest. Casey was arrested within 24 hours of being questioned, when there were clearly signs that something was not right with this girl. Something was just not right. They jumped the gun. They immediately made an arrest. We'll worry about the evidence later. And this is their evidence. This is how they get to where we are today. And this is how they ask you to take someone's life. As I mentioned, they don't even investigate Roy Kronk. They took everyone's phone records in this case, and they never asked for Mr. Kronk's phone records. We filed a motion to try and get him, and he objected. He didn't want anyone looking at his phone records or his cell tower information to determine where he was during these months. And the police didn't want to go looking for it either. They weren't about to do that. They didn't confiscate his computer. We took his deposition. We asked him, can you turn over your computer to the police? We'll think about it. They did nothing to investigate this man. We found his son. We did. We went searching for him. And we found his son, who told us, my dad called me. They didn't go finding his son. My dad told me, watch, I'm going to be rich and famous. They didn't want looking, and you're going to notice that throughout this case. There's certain questions they don't want answered. And they're not going to go looking for them. But they'll line up to sit here and tell you about Casey Anthony and her bad behavior, her inappropriateness. She's not acting right. And that's what this case is about. She didn't act right. They don't ask why she didn't act right. Only that day one, you heard it, day two, day three, day four.
A snake.
It takes an elegant prosecutor to come up and do these things and get you emotionally riled up. But there's still no answers. The swimming pool incidents, the witnesses, the independent witnesses that will come and tell you about this. There's no getting around them. No getting around. These are people with no axe to grind. Now, I want to talk briefly about the investigation. I know I've touched on it, but you heard Mr. Ainberg tell you that on this day, on day 7, Casey Anthony was spotted on video at IKEA. Or day 12, she was spotted at the Blockbuster or another place. Day 13, she's at Applebee's. Well, they sure did. They sure did do a thorough investigation on her, but yet they still can't come up with the evidence. This is Sergeant John Allen. He's one of the lead investigators in this case. He's about 5 feet from the road and he's pointing at Kaylee's remains. But yet for 6 months and all of that investigation, no one could find her. Look how close he is. She was placed there to be found, not to be hidden. But unfortunately, she was placed there by Mr. Kronk, and we will never know the answers. Now I'd like to talk about the car. Actually, before I go into the car, I want to finish up on Suburban Drive for a moment. There are 2 videos that you will see. There are plenty of witnesses who will come up and take the stand and talk to you about Suburban Drive and whether it was dry or whether it was not. And okay, maybe you can rely on them. Unfortunately, it wasn't until the defense raised the issue that she was placed thereafter that law enforcement wanted to shut that down. And that was in 2009. A year after is when they started going to these volunteers and asking them. That place was underwater, right? That place was underwater, right? And of course, all of these, everybody who's all riled up about this case and can't stand the inappropriate girl.
Oh my God, we're
all tell the police the same thing. Yeah, it was underwater. Yeah, it was underwater. But there are 2 videos that you will see. One from a woman named Gail St. John, the psychic dog handler that I told you about. Right around in early August, she has a video where she drives by the Anthony home and you see all of the media trucks and drives down towards and around the house, around the Suburban Drive and says, I'm having a feeling. They get out, she has her dogs walk, and you'll see the woman walking about 30 feet. It's dry, but it's right around the area where Kaylee was found. And most interestingly, you'll hear about 2 private investigators who 1 month prior to Kaylee being found were out searching right at the area where Kaylee was found. What's interesting is these 2 private detectives were working for George and Cindy Anthony at the time. This may be a coincidence. Maybe. One of the private investigators, his name is Dominic Casey. He worked for the defense briefly early on in the case, and then he went off to work for the Anthonys. Dominic Casey will tell you that he was on the phone with a psychic. Actually, first he tells everyone that he was investigating a tip, that when Casey was a young girl, she would hang out in the woods. And that he was out there investigating. Well, the police say, well, wait a minute. Casey's not a young girl anymore. She's 22 years old. Why would you look to see if that's a teenage hangout? And then he changes the story and says, well, I was following up on a psychic tip. Well, it turns out this psychic was introduced to Dominic Casey by Cindy Anthony. It could be a coincidence. But on December 20th, when the sheriff's office decides to issue a search warrant of the Anthony home, one of the first words out of Cindy Anthony's mouth is, I had people search that area and the body wasn't there. That video, you will clearly see the water, the area is dry. Now I want to talk about the car. As I mentioned to you, actually, if you need a break, we can take a break. Your Honor?
Can't see it.
I can keep going.
Members of the jury, you need your break now? Okay, you can continue.
All right. The car, as I told you, this car will be the subject of much debate. And you will hear evidence in this case that has never been admitted in a court of law throughout the United States. The air samples that Mr. Ainberg told you about. The hair has never been admitted in the state of Florida. The evidence that Mr. Ainberg told you about. As well as you're going to hear from a dog. While the dog can't get up there and testify, his handler is going to talk about the dog and what his dog allegedly said or reacted or alerted to. And we're going to get into that when we talk about the forensics. One of the important things that I want to talk about is everyone talks about the smell of this car. And there's some things you don't know, things you should know. And here they are. June 16th is the day Kaylee drowned. On the 20th of June is when Casey runs out of gas for the first time. Now, it's going to be the state's contention that Kaylee was in the trunk of Casey's car from the 16th through the 20th. Well, Casey runs out of gas and she calls her boyfriend up, Tony Lazaro. And she does what she's always done, goes and gets the gas cans. They break into the shed, they take the gas cans. Now, Tony Lazaro's testimony will go unimpeached. And that is, this young man cooperated with law enforcement from the very first day. He refused to speak to us, only at deposition. He wore a wire when the police wanted to investigate Lee Anthony, and he allowed them to bug his phone. He did everything that law enforcement asked. And on this day, Casey runs out of gas and Tony picks her up, they get the gas cans and they go to the car. It's in her family's neighborhood. Well, they pour the gas, and after they're done with one of the cans, Casey opens the trunk and puts the cans in the trunk. 4 days would be obvious, significant human decomposition in the trunk, in the heated trunk of a car. And that car would reek tremendously. But yet Tony Lazzaro doesn't smell a thing. And Casey doesn't go and handle the gas cans on her own. If she had a dead body in the trunk of the car, she wouldn't be calling the people to come out and come smell this car. So she opens the trunk, he smells nothing, and she puts the cans in the trunk. She had a dead body in the trunk, she would have put it in the front of the seat, in the front seat. Wouldn't be opening up so that he could smell, and he doesn't smell a thing. But of course, by the time the cops question him, they don't like that. Are you sure you didn't smell anything? No. Well, maybe you were distracted by the fumes of the gasoline. And that's their explanation. That's their explanation. But the fact of the matter is, he doesn't smell a thing. And this is 4 days after, when he had complete access to that car and was right next to it, didn't smell a thing.
Please subscribe.
On the 24th is when George files that famous police report. And he alleges this fight happened, even though he doesn't tell anybody until 2 weeks after he reports Kaylee missing. He doesn't say he smells anything in the trunk, if you believe that argument ever happened to begin with. On the 27th, Casey is throwing out garbage. This is a picture of Tony Lazzaro's apartment complex. If you can see in the very front of it, there's a dumpster. People who live at this apartment complex must carry their trash to the front of the complex. Casey was staying there, she threw out the garbage. She threw the garbage in the trunk of her car. And like many of us forget sandwiches and leftovers and doggy bags, she forgot to throw out the trash. This is the same day she actually runs out of gas. That's where the smell comes from. This is the garbage from the trunk of the car. It's wet, sticky. And what do the police do when they're done with it? They take it into an air room and they dry it out. So it can't, and you will see, once it dries out, the smell goes away. And there's absolutely nothing that can be done to independently test or verify anything from this garbage. It's destroyed evidence. It's intentionally aired out. But this was in the trunk of the car for close to almost 3 weeks. The car is towed on the 30th. The tow truck driver doesn't smell anything. The tow yard company has to wait 4 days before they send out a notice. Your car's here. We have your car. Come get it if you want it. That would have been the 4th or the 5th of July. The Anthony family should have gotten that notice around the 7th or the 8th. Well, they don't go pick up the car until the 15th. George doesn't pick up the car until the 15th. Why? Why wait a week? They will tell you they didn't see the notice. But yet that car sat there for almost a week after they had notice. Again, answers, questions we will never be able to answer for you. So Mr. Anthony goes and picks up the car. And one of the very first things he does is he starts telling anyone that will listen, my granddaughter's missing. She's been missing. I haven't seen her for 30 days. You see, I found my daughter, but I haven't found my granddaughter. And then he walks up to this car and asks for a witness to open the trunk. And as Ms. Greenberg said, he'll come up here and say, oh, please don't let this be my Kaylee. And he will say, like he told detectives on numerous occasions, that he smelled a dead body in the trunk of that car. And it's a smell you never forget. Once you smell it, you never forget it. Of course, he's never, nor has anyone else in this case, had trash in the trunk of a car for 3 weeks in the Florida hot sun, so we don't know how to compare it to. But he is certain that what he smelled was a dead body. And what does he do? He doesn't pick up the phone and call Casey. Are you okay? Honey, are you okay? Where's Kaylee? Is she okay? He's a detective, an ex-police detective. He knows he's smelling a dead body, and this is a possible crime scene. And what does he do? He gets in the car and wants to drive it home. And then he goes to work, making 0 attempts after not seeing his granddaughter for 30 days. And all of these, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, suspicious activities that Mr. Greenberg told you about.
Happy
Don't do a thing.
whatever fuck day it
He
is.
wants to distance himself. Stay away. I have nothing to do with this. What's interesting to you, that you should also note, ladies and gentlemen, is he also had access to this car. He shows up.
I need 8 people right now to please hit the subscribe button and like this stream. 8 people. That includes you. That includes you watching. Please just do it right now. Hit the button. Do it. Do it. Please. Thank you.
to pick up the car with none other than the gas cans. How did he know that car was out of gas? He's gonna tell you he hadn't spoken to Casey in over 2 or 3 weeks, and that they found out through the notice that the car was there. How did he know to show up with gas cans? Well, he's gonna tell you it was a lucky guess. Why doesn't he call the police? Why doesn't he call Casey to find out if she's all right? Or Kaylee to find out if Kaylee's all right? He doesn't do any of that because he knows. He knows exactly what happened and how it happened and when it happened. Questions that nothing the state will present to you will be able to answer. But he knows all the answers and doesn't say a word. Now, one of the interesting things that will happen is you'll hear that Cindy went to work too. Cindy did call Casey, did send her a text, major problems. And we don't know when Cindy Anthony found out what happened, or she does to today. But there's one thing for certain too, she went back to work. And people were already asking questions about this car because she had to leave work to go get the car. And just like the pregnancy, they were asking questions. And they said, Cindy, you need to call the police. And Cindy says, no, I'll call Casey later, I'll deal with it later. So what does she do? She goes back to her desk and starts to work. It's not until one of the coworkers get the supervisor and make Cindy go home that she has to now confront reality. Just like the pregnancy, you're faced with reality. You heard what Ms. Rain-Burdick said about Casey. She's walking down Universal Studios. Oh, come here, this is my office over here. Let me walk down this way. And then faces reality. Well, this is the way she was raised. And think about that for a second. She takes law enforcement down this path, down to an office that doesn't exist.
John, that's her stepdad.
This is how this family lives. This is how Casey learned to deal with her problems. And now Cindy has to deal with this problem. So Cindy calls and finds Amy Heisinger and confronts Casey. Casey doesn't know what to say. So you'll hear her blame the babysitter that doesn't exist, that everybody knows doesn't exist.
You're welcome.
Or do they? And one of the most important and telling things that you're going to hear when you hear these 911 tapes is not what you hear, it's what you don't hear. There's going to be a time where Cindy, who is hysterical on that 911 tape, she will turn and say, George, Casey says Annie took the baby a month ago. And you hear dead silence. I want you to listen for that. When you hear that 911 tape and you hear Cindy Anthony hysterical, and when she turns to George and says, the baby's missing, he doesn't say a word. He doesn't say, what? What do you mean she's missing? Who has her? Let's go get her. Nothing. Doesn't say a word. And that's because he knows where she's at. He knows what happened. This is no surprise.
I'm exhausted.
But he distanced himself from it. And in fact, in one sworn statement, he says he wasn't even there when Cindy called 911. Keeps wanting to say, I was at work. I was at work. I have any part of this. I'm just George. Just your average grandfather. Casey's the wild one. Casey's the one with all the stories. He's saying this while he's with his mistress who's paying him money and he's pretending he's working. And that you're going to hear. Crystal Holloway gave him money so he could pretend he was working. Cindy thought he was working. But you're only here about Casey's fake job, not about George's fake job. I want to touch briefly, and I'm just about to wrap it up, on some of the forensics you'll hear throughout this case.
We want to hear more about the dog psychic and the snake autopsy, sir. Please
You're
tell
going to hear
us.
about the car evidence and a possible hair. One hair. But what Ms. Rain-Burdick didn't tell you is the FBI lab analyst was telling everyone, and she'll probably come and tell you too, that she can't say for certain that that hair came from a dead body. In fact, she sent out a request asking to find more hairs, and they did. We hired Dr. Henry Lee, one of the world's greatest forensic scientists, to go in and search that car. And he found 17 different hairs, 17 more hairs.
With my hands.
Before you start wondering, what is Kaylee's hair doing in there, in the trunk of the car? Well, Casey's hair, other people's hair was in the trunk of the car. We often jet hairs very easily. None of them, absolutely none of the other hairs, I think there was a total of 27 that ended up being inspected, had what they call the banding, the discoloration. This was a problem for them. So when we went and took the depositions of the analyst, they got a bright idea. They decided to conduct a study. After we took their deposition, they realized that they had something that was not validated. So they did a study of live hairs in trunks, in water, it's exposed to all different elements. And they found they had a couple of what's called blind examinations that showed that there were some characteristics shown from live hairs. This is very questionable. And you will hear that it is rarely, if ever, done on one single hair, this type of analysis, because you need more. You need to be able to be certain. And this hair means nothing. You'll hear about, again with the car, this dog. Well, this dog is retired. No longer works for the police department. But what Ms. Strainberg didn't tell you,
that
she
dog.
told you about the backyard, how they came out, the dog alerted, and how they dug there. But she didn't tell you they came back the next day. The dog didn't alert. There are things called false positives, handler bias that you're going to hear about. And it's interesting that the dog at the very same exact spot wouldn't alert the next day. You'll hear that when this dog went around the car, he broke every rule in the book. He didn't do a proper lineup. There should be multiple vehicles. The police officer should not know which is the suspect vehicle. So that gives you credibility. It lets you know that this is real. This isn't the dog the handler queuing off to the dog, because the dog wants to please its master. These are called tools. And that's what the dogs are. They're just simple tools. There's a confirmatory test that must be done. And the dog, he knew exactly which car it was. And you'll hear conflicting testimony with whether it was one car or two cars. He's the only one that says he searched two cars, that they were side by side, while the other detectives and the CSI people will tell you it was just one car. And the most telling part about this dog is they took this dog out to Suburban Drive after they had finished sifting and collecting all of Kaylee's remains. There were still several bones missing. And you will hear that, knowing that there were remains at this location, the dog never alerted. The reliability of this dog is questionable. I'd like to question the dog, but I can't. I'd like for you to hear it straight from the dog's mouth, but that's not possible. None of that's going to be possible. And the reason is that a dog should not be testifying in a trial. And let's not test it out in a death penalty trial either. This air sample, as Mr. Greenberg told you about Dr. Arpad Voss, a very interesting man. Again, throughout the United States, this evidence has never been admitted in a court of law. And this is an experiment that he conducted, nothing more. An experiment in which you will see flaw after flaw after flaw. It's never been validated. It's never been independently tested. And he can't find a single person in the entire world that would agree with his theories. It's going to be long, drawn out, and boring. But the fact that
We also just maxed out on the most concurrent viewers at one time.
the matter is that they're getting desperate. Air samples, pure desperation. You'll hear that this scientist is somewhat of an inventor. In fact, what he's doing is he's invented a sniffer machine. It looks like a metal detector, so that he can sell it to law enforcement agencies across the country. And what he's using to determine the chemical composition of human decomposition is this database. Well, it's now being validated in this courtroom. And he holds a patent to that machine. And he stands to make millions, and has an inherent bias by his testimony. You'll also hear that he has some other great ideas, like putting electronic leashes on flies to find dead bodies. And he also claims to be able to find hidden graves with a coat hanger. He's an interesting individual, and you'll get to hear plenty of his testimony, and it will be highly debated. Now, this is the evidence that Mr. Rainberg talked to you about. Get this. I'm going to tell you some of the things she forgot to tell you about. Remember what I told you, they spared no expense on trying to investigate Casey. Well, Ms. Rainberg can tell you that they searched all of her clothing. They did a search warrant on the home. And they took every piece of clothing that Casey had in her closet, and they searched and they did the blue light to see if there was any blood or any suspicious stains. All came back negative. They took all her shoes, every pair of shoes that she owned, and they tested them for soil samples to see if they matched Suburban Drive. Negative. They took textile fibers. Sorry if you can't. I know my handwriting's getting pretty bad there. They took textile fibers that they found off Suburban Drive. They compared it to her car and to their home. No match. They checked the duct tape. The duct tape had no fingerprints. They ran every kind of fingerprinting exam you can. No fingerprints on the duct tape. One of the easiest ways of being able to lift fingerprints is off of duct tape. Yes, the duct tape was deteriorated to a certain extent, but they still tried at the FBI. They also searched the duct tape for DNA. No DNA of either Casey or Kaylee. But yet they want you to believe that she had duct tape wrapped around her mouth and was decomposing, completely decomposed, and not a shred of DNA on there. I misspeak. There was DNA on there. DNA from an FBI analyst. They contaminated the duct tape. DNA is so sensitive, so easily attachable, that an analyst in the documents department contaminated the duct tape. And there's also another profile on there who they don't know, partial profile, someone they don't know. But it's only at what's called one marker. So it's impossible to find who that DNA belongs to. But it is not impossible to exclude both Casey and Kaylee. They're completely excluded. There's usually what we call 13 different markers where they test DNA. And unfortunately, this is one, only one. Could be contamination or could not be. But there's one thing for certain. There's no forensic evidence that ties Casey to this. Again, she's too stupid. She's dumb enough to leave the body off the side of the road, but yet smart enough to leave zero forensic evidence. Something's not right here. Something doesn't make sense. Well, they tested more hairs that they found. They did all kinds of tests. They all came back negative. Negative, negative, negative. The only thing that they are trying so desperately to tie Kaylee to is the car. But one, if we get back to its basics, if we get back to the very basics here, that is, how did Kaylee die? How did Kaylee die? The car doesn't shed any light on that. At best, it tells you she was transported. But you'll hear some testimony about a lie that George Anthony told, that Casey was driving her mother's car on one occasion, and that George chased her down the 408, which is a highway here. And they asked him for the toll records. They said, you should have the receipts. He said, oh yeah, I'll get them for you. We didn't get them. The investigators had to go get them. And they found out he lied. But he didn't get arrested for lying to law enforcement. At the end of this case, when you go back home and you're back in Clearwater and you're sitting around the dinner table and someone says to you, why did you find Casey Anthony not guilty? You're going to say, well, I was fed a wealth of information, like a V. All this information came, but it all boiled down to one thing. They couldn't tell me how she died. They couldn't prove this was a murder. They couldn't prove this was a manslaughter case. There was no evidence of any child abuse. And that's why we voted not guilty. You're going to see throughout the entirety of this case. I'm getting desperate here with this marker. That use color. Do it down here, it's probably better. The prosecution, can we lift this up? The prosecution in a murder case is supposed to prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Not a forced doubt or speculative one, every reasonable doubt. They've got to present to you a case A to Z to prove their case. Well, if the A is George Anthony and saying that he was the last person that saw Kaylee, you really can't trust that, no, can you? In fact, if you remember the indictment, it says from June 15th, not the 16th. Makes you wonder if they even believe him. If you can't trust George Anthony, and they don't know how she died, because the medical examiner will testify that her death was a homicide, but by undetermined means. They don't know how she died, but they're going to tell you it's a murder, or at the hands of another. So if you don't have this, you don't have A, and Mr. Kronk represents Z, you don't even have that. We'll never be able to answer all those questions, and partially because it was never looked into. But the fact remains, this is not a murder case, and this is certainly not a manslaughter case, and there's definitely no evidence of any child abuse. When you've heard all the evidence, we're going to ask you to render a verdict of not guilty. All this aside, as important as some people think this case is,
was a good
It's
opening
nowhere
statement.
near as important as it is to Casey. They didn't know her. They didn't love her the way Casey did. They didn't breastfeed Kaylee every 2 hours when she was born. They didn't wake up every 3 hours to feed her. They weren't there when she first walked. They weren't there to take care of her. Casey was. And you can never bring Kaylee back for Casey. But you can help end this nightmare by sending her home. I'll ask you all, individually and collectively,
Scared the shit out
to
of me.
render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. I don't have my inhaler on me, and I literally felt like I needed my inhaler.
And eventually
This
married?
is wild. I am so thankful. I'm so thankful. I need to collect my thoughts a little bit, but I want to thank Maybe and Lefty, expert, Memo. We've been through this. This is a theme on my channel this month, that we are showing crazy women so that men can avoid them. Also lesbians, I suppose, because it is peak mating season for the crazy women, with it being the holidays. So this is more of a PSA month of stay away from the crazy broads. And she just so happened to be nominated as one of the crazy broads to display during this themed stream, month of streams rather. So if you are enjoying the content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Okay, let's get back to it. No one wants to hear me talk.
Yes,
And when did you marry?
in 1981,
And where did that occur?
also in Warren, Ohio.
Now, at the time that you met Cindy, were you working as a law enforcement officer then?
Yes, sir, I was.
And in what capacity were you working when you two first met and began to see each other?
I was working as an undercover drug agent with the Sheriff's Department, where I was employed.
In your time with the Sheriff's Office, could you just describe for us what different positions you held or responsibilities you had?
Well, I had a brief stint as considered an auxiliary officer. I was immediately asked to become a full-time officer, which I did. I was in 2 years road patrol. I advanced pretty quickly to become a detective, and I was working at different times in auto theft. I mean, it was a lot of different things, and homicide. I did a lot of different varied things as a detective.
How big an agency was the Sheriff's Department? Well, is it Warren, Ohio Sheriff's Department or
It's called the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department.
Trumbull County Sheriff's Department? How
So
big
you
is the,
guys remember
Sheriff's
when
Department
you
is that?
didn't believe me when I said that my ex took Casey Anthony's mom to prom? Now you know why. Suck it.
At the time that I was employed there, we had a road patrol, or at least a full-size staff of about 110, maybe 112 sheriff deputies.
And how about the detective divisions? How many detectives did you all have?
Somewhere in the neighborhood about 10 to 12. It wasn't a real large agency, but I would say roughly about that.
So during your period as a detective, did you investigate a number of different kinds of crimes?
Right. I originally started out with, as far as, like I said, the auto theft and also like break-ins and things like that. But from time to time, you would be brought into other realms of investigation.
And occasionally even homicide cases, I think you just said.
That could happen from time to time, yes, depending on what was needed and the number of staff that had to be utilized.
Now, during your marriage, were you blessed with children?
Yes, fortunate enough to have 2 children with Cindy.
Okay. The oldest, could you tell us the name and gender of that child?
My oldest is my son, Lee. He is going to be 29 years old this year,
And what year was he born?
in 1982.
And how about your daughter?
Casey, which she's a
thought it
female.
was
She was
her
born in 1986,
stepdad.
and so now she's 25.
Now, did there come a time during the time you lived in Ohio when you got out of law enforcement and got into another line of work?
I got out of law enforcement for 2 reasons. My father had asked me to come back into a family-established car business, and after numerous incidents that occurred within the Sheriff's Department through being hurt on the job, different other things made me change my mind to get out of law enforcement and go back into a family business. That I know, number one, to be more stable, I would be able to provide more for my family.
Now, were you still working as a law enforcement officer when Casey was born, or did that happen during your second career?
You see, Casey was born after I had left the Sheriff's Department.
And you said you went into a family business. What type of family business was that?
My father started a automobile agency back in 1947, so he had been in the business for numerous years.
Did there come a point in time when, so you did go to work for your father then?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when your father left the business or you left his business?
Well, my father was sort of in like a semi-retirement when I joined him in 1984, and shortly thereafter,
we had some incidents occur between him and I. We decided to part ways. I believe that was in 1987. I'm roughly thinking about that was by the time.
And you decided to basically go out on your own in that same type of business?
Right. I started to start my own automobile agency, a small used car dealership, and provide for my family. Yes.
When Casey was born, were you still working for your dad, or were you on your own at that point?
Casey had just been born, and it was like about a year after Casey had been born that I went out on my own, or I started another business.
Now, at some point, did you and your wife decide to leave Ohio, where you had grown and lived, and move to Florida?
Yes, we decided for a lot of reasons. One, my parents had retired here in Florida. Cindy's parents also had retired in Florida. And through my job at the company that I had established was suffering financially. Just a lot of different reasons came into play for us to decide, well, the children were young enough. Why not go to Florida? I mean, that's somewhere where both sets of grandparents were at. Fresh start. Give us just another opportunity to start over.
Now, during your, during your marriage, through the birth of your children, did your wife Cindy continue to work?
Cindy she started working part-time when Lee was first born, to provide for him and be there for him. And she started working full-time. And I know she took some time off a little bit when Casey was born. And she still worked. I can't remember exactly how many hours she had been working during the week, something like that, but it wasn't a lot. She took time to help raise our children.
Now, about what were the ages of your children when you all moved to Florida?
Lee was just shy of being 7 years old, and Casey was just 3 years old.
When you got here to Florida, did Cindy go to work in her profession?
Pretty much immediately. She was hired by a orthopedic clinic in Winter Park, and it took me about 3 months before I was employed.
Had you considered going into law enforcement when you got to Florida?
I did go down to the Orlando Police Department and look into being hired by them. And because of having a law enforcement background, I thought it would be an easier chance for me to get reestablished and start having pretty much established an income right away.
And did you decide not to pursue that?
Right after thinking about some of the drawbacks of law enforcement and how telling it can be and hard, it's a very hard line of work to adhere to every single day. It's very demanding.
All right. And was your wife part of that decision-making process?
All right.
Going back in.
I apologize. Yeah, she didn't want me to go back in law enforcement because she's seen what could potentially happen. I mean, you could be going to work one day and not come home the next. It's a very tough position, very profession.
At some point, did you get into the private security field?
Yes, I was hired by the city of Orlando and started working at what was considered the Centralplex at the time, with Orlando Arena. Bob Carr was that.
And in the years leading up to the events we're going to discuss, did you work in that field pretty consistently? Pretty consistently.
It's unfortunate that from time to time you lose a position, or you have a chance to move on somewhere along, and you make some decisions to go into another line of work or get back into something that you know. And yes, I did some more security work, yes, over the years.
And did Cindy continue to work in her nursing profession?
Yes, Cindy has been very fortunate. She's only had 2 positions of employment since we've been here all these years.
Now, did there come a point in time when you learned that your daughter was pregnant?
Yes, I did. I think it was like May or June of 2005.
How did you learn that she was pregnant?
My daughter and my wife sat me down in our living room and said they had something to tell me. And first hearing about it, extremely excited to be a grandfather, to see my daughter be a mother, but also concerns about how she's going to raise a child because she's a single mom. I never really thought too much about who the father could be. That was a discussion I wanted to have maybe a little bit later. I wanted my daughter first to be happy, to get through the pregnancy fine, to enjoy that special time of becoming a mother, that I thought was very important.
Now, you kind of touched on this a little bit. At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, your daughter was not married at the time. Sorry, was she?
Yeah, Casey's never been married.
All right. At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, was she involved with someone where you would sort of assume that person was the father?
Well, I really wasn't sure if Casey, I know Casey had dated at different times over the years, but I really wasn't sure about who she was maybe seeing on a more serious basis or anything like that. No, sir.
So how did you and your wife begin to prepare for the arrival of a grandchild?
Oh, just doing everything we can to make Casey's life as easy as possible for our grandchild. Getting a chance to go to different times when she was going to be examined. Went through the ultrasound.
Did you go?
Oh, absolutely, I did. And when I got a chance to see that it was considered, I think it's called a pancake, I think it's the term, or something like that, of when you can see it's going to be a girl.
Okay.
Maybe that's not the proper terminology, but I was very excited. I mean, if having a grandson would have been terrific, but just knowing that she was going to be a mother and not to be grandparents, it wouldn't have mattered. She could have 3 or 4 children at once. It would have been fine with me. I just was excited.
At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, was Casey living under your roof?
Casey has always lived with us, yes.
Now, was she in school at that time? The time you learned of the pregnancy? Or had she already finished high school?
She already finished high school.
To your knowledge, at that point, was she working?
She was working for a company called Color Vision, which is a subcontractor for Universal Studios.
Right. Was it your understanding that was one of those companies that take your picture when you walk in the front door and then offer to sell it to you
Yes.
later, that kind of thing?
Yes.
All right. So during your preparations for this, was there any question
I always
among
say I'm
you as to
Amish
where
when they
Casey
ask me
and
if I
your
walk
grandchild would
in front
live
of-
after she was born?
No, I mean, we opened up, she's always lived at home, and we thought that would be the thought.
I can
We
get
knew
away
that having
with it in
Kaylee with
Ohio.
us, or knowing our grandchild could live with us. And so Casey got more established, better on her own, possibly job promotion or whatever it might be. She would stay with us until the time she felt that she wanted to leave.
Now, you mentioned home. Where was home?
Home is 4937 Hope Spring Drive, where we've lived since 1989.
Since when?
Since 1989.
89. And was that a house that you all purchased? Did you purchase it actually before you moved to Florida or sort of early on?
Cindy had came down to Florida to see her parents. And when we decided we were going to be moving down here because of my work at the time and through other things, I couldn't get away. Cindy basically came down and looked the area over, found a realtor, found a home. And what they say, the rest is sort of history. That's the home we settled on.
And is this a home in which you raised your children and were intending to help raise Kaylee?
Oh, yes.
Could we show the witness State's Exhibit AN for identification?
He seems like he would have been a great
You
grandpa.
look at the screen for a moment. Do you recognize the photograph that we've identified, State's Exhibit AN for identification?
That is our home at Hope Spring Drive, 4937.
That's the one you've described to us where your children were raised and
Yes.
Kaylee was to be raised. This time, Your Honor, State will move into evidence, State's Exhibit AN for identification.
What says the defense? There being no objections, it will be
I
received
love
in
the
evidence as
judges.
State's Exhibit numbered.
Southern accent.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Now, this, during the time that you were
Holy shit.
assisting with the pregnancy and waiting for your grandchild to come around, did Casey continue to work?
Casey worked up until I think it might be in about at least 2 or 3 weeks prior to Kaylee being born. I might be off maybe a week or so, but at least it's in that short time period.
Tell us about Kaylee's birth.
Aw.
Where were you when you found out? I'll try and help you with this. Where were you when you found out that it was time?
We were, Cindy, Casey, and I were all at home. And Casey had been starting to become a little bit ill, or she was showing signs of possible labor. I mean, she was throwing up. She had some other small issues that made us think, okay, maybe this is something that's going on. It's something we need to look into and get her some assistance. So we took her up to the hospital, and I think in a few short hours, the doctor was called in, her pediatrician, and
You mean her obstetrician?
obstetrician. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Obstetrician, yes. And the lady helped her bring Kaylee into the world.
Were you actually there in the delivery room, or did you have to wait outside?
Oh, I was in the living room. I was in the delivery room for my own 2 children, but also being there for Kaylee, which was to me not only amazing but also embarrassing to a point.
Sure.
And if I might say that there's sometimes in your life as a father, there's some things of your child you don't want to see again, growing up, but something, it's just an experience that it's hard to put into words just how elated you are and how happy you are to see your own child give birth to another child. It's just amazing.
And was the birth, Kaylee, okay?
Kaylee was fine. I mean, there was a little complication here or there, but it wasn't anything that the doctor couldn't take care of, because the doctor was right there the whole time, and other nurses and things like that. So it was well taken care of.
Now, during the pregnancy, at some point, was the subject broached about who the father of Kaylee was or was thought to be?
I can't remember if we exactly talked about it prior to just Kaylee being born or right after, but I know then it was brought up because, I wanted to know, because I feel it takes 2 to make this child, and this father needs to be made aware of that he's going to be a father and who he could possibly be, and it'd be great to meet him and see what his obligation would be. And I felt wherever the fathers needs to have an obligation for this child.
Did you have an occasion then to meet the person that, at least at that point, was thought to be the father?
There was a name brought up that Casey believed could have been the father. All I remember is the last name was Baker, I believe, and that was about it. But if I can take another step forward,
Sure.
Casey also had been seeing another gentleman who had been employed at Universal Studios by the name of Jesse.
I do know that shortly after the trial, she did, there were multiple sightings of Casey up in Trumbull County. Because I was with my ex-boyfriend living in Cleveland, this is about like 35 minutes away from Cleveland. We were up there, and Casey was like hiding out up there for a while.
That I got to understand and get to know that he could have also been the father. So he was, one of 2 guys possibly.
Now, when did you first meet Jesse?
I met Jesse for the very first time on the day that Kaylee was born. That had been August 9th.
How did that go?
Not very well, truthfully. I mean, I was elated to be there to see my daughter, to see my granddaughter, but Jesse did not make the best first impression with me.
All right. Now, after Kaylee was born, did she and Casey return to your home?
Yes, I think on that it could have been the second day or maybe third day. I think it was the second day.
And did Jesse become at least initially part of sort of the family group with Kaylee as an infant?
Right. Jesse, we pretty much opened up our arms to him and welcomed him and wanted to get to know him more. And just, if he was the father, I would just be happy to get a chance to know him and see what his dynamic was going to be as far as how he was going to take care of Kaylee, and Casey, or at least help take care of it.
Did there come a point when it was learned through certain scientific testing that Jesse was in fact not the father of Kaylee?
Right. I'm not sure about how long after Kaylee had
Okay.
gotten home, Casey and Kaylee had gotten home, that Jesse went and got a paternity test done.
As Kaylee grew, what was your role in her upbringing in her life?
I'm just her grandfather. I mean, I probably acted sometimes maybe like as a father with her because I was around her every day or nearly every single day. And to me, that was pretty awesome to have not only my daughter there, but also to have my granddaughter to be around. That's just, on a scale of 1 to 10, you have to give that probably a 20 or better because it's double the excitement.
Now, what role did Cindy take in raising Kaylee?
Oh, just being a great grandmother. I mean, helping any way she could, help babysit from time, or take care of Kaylee from time to time, same way as I did. I mean, Cindy did it more frequently than I did because of my work schedule, but to be a fantastic grandmother, help provide for Kaylee in any way that she could or I could.
As Kaylee began to grow and be able to speak, did she have names for you and Cindy and other members of the family?
Well, Kaylee started calling me JoJo, and I know how probably JoJo came about because my daughter Casey used to call me Papa Joe, and that happened to be through another friend of hers that we just became very close with over the years. But JoJo was just probably easy for Kaylee just to say better than Grandpa, or grandfather or something.
So you were JoJo.
I was JoJo.
How about Cindy? How did Casey?
Cindy became Cece, or possibly Grammy sometimes, but mostly it was Cece.
Now, taking us now up into 2008, the winter, spring, early months of 2008. Tell us how Kaylee had developed. In other words, what could she do? How advanced was she physically, mentally, etc.?
Well, not only I'm just a bragging grandfather,
Sure,
but
we'll take it with a grain of salt.
but she was a very vocal child. I mean, she could put a lot of words together. She could. We have a remotes on our TV. She learns how to do that. There was another little button she could push on the TV to get it to change channels, which I thought was amazing. She could turn on the VCR, put her own DVDs in. Oh my gosh, she knew to go inside of our pantry area and get the plastic jar of peanut butter. We had a small one, and go get herself a spoon, have her come over and ask you to open it up so she could have a spoonful of peanut butter. I got puzzles to go together, the way she'd bring crayons to you to color every day and make Play-Doh little things for herself. I mean, you name it, she could do it. And I knew from working with her or from us doing things with her, she was a very bright child. You would sing a song with her once, she could sing it next time with you, which to me was just amazing.
So in terms of physical dexterity, she was able to open drawers,
Damn,
open doors.
I can't
things of that
even.
sort.
All right, there would be no thing that she couldn't
peanut
accomplish.
butter.
I mean, we've seen it. We put the proper security plastic knobs on doorknobs and stuff like that because yeah, she could open things up for her age. She was really something.
Now, in the early summer, late spring, early summer of 2008, did you believe that your daughter was employed?
That's a sort of a two-part answer for me.
Sure.
Yes and no.
Okay. Explain that for us, will you?
I always wanted to give my daughter the benefit of the doubt of working and providing for her own daughter because she was a single mom. But at different times, and I would question about her money or things like that, how she was providing for Kaylee.
Okay, let me stop you for a sec because I don't want to go too far afield of this. But what was it that she told you about her employment? Let's say in May and June of 2008. What was it that she told you?
Well,
about?
that she was still employed by Colorvision. She's moving on as an event planner, I believe, through Universal Studios at the time. But also, she was starting to work a part-time job at Sports Authority, not too far away from our home.
Oh, I remember
And
that place.
As far as the Universal Studios job, did you believe that she was actually working there in May and June of 2008?
I was wanting to believe that she was working there, yes, because I mean, she still had a Universal ID. Every time I would be talking to her and asking her prior to me going to work, "Are you on work today?" "Yeah, I've got something going on at Universal. I'm doing this event planning and things like that." So yeah, I was believing and hoping that she was working there. Yes.
Did she have a routine reflective of someone going to work?
Pretty much so. I mean, I know she worked a lot more like a early afternoon to an early evening type shift. And just went at 1 or 2 o'clock, and maybe I come home till like 8 or 10 o'clock at night. I mean, it could vary. I know working in event planning that she had explained to us, sometimes you could work just during that particular event that you're scheduled for, which could be 4 or 6 hours long. So I just took it as she was there for that period of time. Yes.
What did she tell you? Well, at this point in time, let's say May and June of 2008, was Cindy working with your wife?
Yes.
What was her work schedule?
Cindy was Monday through Friday. She could be leaving the house anytime between 7:30, 8 o'clock, and she would work till 5, sometimes 6 o'clock in the evening. Could be a little bit later, but generally that was her general work schedule, Monday through Friday.
How about you during that same period of time? What was your work schedule?
I was working an afternoon shift. I was working 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Some people call it a second shift or an afternoon shift. I was working in security for a company out of Altamont Springs.
And were you working the same Monday through Friday schedule as Cindy or different?
No, I worked Sunday through Thursday. I was off on Fridays and Saturdays.
Now, during the periods of time when Casey, you believed, was at work, and you and Cindy were both at work, did she indicate to you who was watching Kaylee?
Well, there was a name that was brought up, and I don't think it was maybe a year prior to all this stuff occurring from us. I think it was probably just shortly after the first of the year that I can basically remember a girl by the name of Zanny's name was brought into it, or I guess the name came out later on as Zenaida, but that's what I was told. So her first lady was taking care of Kaylee's name was Annie.
She was a babysitter when you and Cindy were not available.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention, excuse me, to June the 16th. Well, before I do that, could we have State's Exhibit A? Let me unpublish first. Could we have State's Exhibit A for the monitor for the witness? You recognize that picture?
That's Kaylee. It's my granddaughter Kaylee.
This time, Your Honor, move into evidence State's Exhibit A for identification.
What's that? Defense?
There being no objection, to be received in evidence as states
Yes,
number.
sir.
And I've published it to the jury.
No.
Do you know approximately when this was taken in terms of its proximity to the last time that you saw her?
This would have to be probably the early part of 2008. I'm just going to guess somewhere in that January to March, April time. I'm just taking a wild guess. Probably in the first quarter of 2008.
Does this fairly accurately depict her appearance the last time you saw her in terms of general appearance and hair and all those kinds of things?
Generally, yes, it does. I mean, she could have her hair back sometimes, could have glasses on. This is definitely Kaylee.
Now, take us to the morning of the 16th of June of 2008. It was a Monday morning. Tell us how that morning began for you.
With me waking up probably about the time that my wife had just left for work or going to work. Me getting up and having my normal cup of coffee, just starting my day off a little bit early like I generally have, and having Kaylee come out and be able to spend some time with her.
Was that a normal course of events for you to have some morning time with Kaylee?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there would be times that after she'd be in Casey's room with her, she would come out and I'd take her first thing is to make sure that she was freshening herself up, brush her teeth, go use the facility around that she needed to do because she was starting to do that, and just, maybe wash your face off and just say, hey, this is how you want to go with JoJo and get some cereal and things. So that was the start of our day. That was pretty much not an everyday occurrence, but it was pretty regular.
Okay.
And is that how it went on this
So
video?
you can tell they're from Northeast Ohio. If you heard it, he said wash her face. That's, my husband is guilty of that. He's from Pittsburgh. So like Trumbull County is like an hour away from this place. That makes sense.
For the morning.
Oh, absolutely. It was a great morning to just have some fun together. Her and I act silly and dance around and watch a video or whatever it might be. So color.
What was your favorite video? Did you have a favorite?
Oh my gosh. Lady and the Tramp was a fantastic video for her to watch. 101 Dalmatians that she called Dalmatians. There was just a lot of different things that just captivated her that she loved. I wish I could remember more right now, but those two, I know she watched quite frequently. And
Can you imagine living in Orlando as a child?
When you first saw Casey?
Probably could have been about 9, 10 o'clock that morning, roughly right around there, her just getting up and getting her day started and just, I can't remember exactly what she did to get ready that day for work or something like that. I know it was to me, it was a lot of precious time for me to spend with Kaylee. So whatever Casey could have done in that morning, been on the computer, whatever she was doing, I'd let her do her thing, because when you got time with your grandchild, your own child sometimes takes a backseat to that.
Okay. Was it just a normal morning? Anything out of the ordinary occurred? Anything different than the usual mornings that you had?
Not really anything I can really say that really stuck out at all. I just know that I was just so thankful to have time with Kaylee, talking to Casey. I'm sure we had a conversation about work or something. I don't remember the specifics about that aspect of it, but I do know that it was, when people talk about a typical or routine morning before they went off to work, it's probably just one of those typical times that we all sort of just take for granted sometimes.
All right. So did there come a time when Kaylee and Casey left the house that day?
That is something that is forever in my mind that I can't forget that day, because that's the last day that I saw Kaylee and Casey together. I was watching a specific program on TV. It's on the Food Channel on one of our local cable TVs. And this gentleman who has the show called Drive Up Diners and Dives, I've just been amazed by his stuff. I just like him going around. But what's really just amazing is I remember the time because it was a commercial break on TV. And I remember Kaylee coming out from Casey's room, dressed in a nice little pink top. She had her blue jeans and little shorts on.
Okay, I do want to address this. I agree with this so much. I think it has to do with the temperature as well. I am moving there for a month. In February as a test to see if I can actually live there. Because of my rheumatoid arthritis, I'm really excited about it. But Christopher just commented something about her marrying her attorney. I have watched all of the Casey Anthony, most recent documentaries. I didn't hear that. I know she ended up living with him, but I didn't hear about her marrying him or getting pregnant, which someone else in the chat has claimed. So if you want to drop links, that might help. Thanks.
Her white sandals, pink socks, her white sunglasses, her hair pulled back, and she had a little backpack on. And I said, where are you going? And she says, going with mommy. And I said, oh, really? I said, where are you going? I'm going to see Zanny. And I said, really? Great. You know, I'm just excited. I'm just knowing that she's happy and I can see excitement in her. And within a few minutes, Casey comes
like
out and, dressed. And she says, Dad, we're going to work. I might be home late, or I'll let you guys know. I might be staying over.
Staying over where?
She said, probably Zanny's house, because Zanny was, I guess, lived somewhere close by, or she didn't want to come home too late. And plus Kaylee would be in bed between 8:30, probably 9 o'clock. And I said, okay, it's something that happened every once in a while. It wasn't an occurrence that occurred. I think it could be every once in a great while. She would stay with a friend or stay at Zanny's house or something like that. So
up to this point in time, had you ever met Zanny?
No, I never met Zanny, never had any reason to, because I thought that's who
I believe you.
so we were seeing.
You told us about the conversation with Kaylee and with Casey. What happened?
I went out, I generally, like I did when I could see them seeing Casey going off to work and walking out with Kaylee and seeing Kaylee getting placed in the car, getting buckled in her car seat. Just a normal type stuff. And I did. I'd blow her a kiss and say, Jojo, I'll see you later. And she'd blow a kiss back and give Casey a hug. I just told her, drive safe, make sure you come home, not too late, just normal father, grandfather type things to do.
And did you see them leave in a vehicle?
They left in Casey's car, which is a Pontiac Sunfire.
That's a white Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes.
Did you ever see Kaylee again?
I've never seen Kaylee since June 16th. I haven't seen her since.
Now, Mr. Anthony, I need to ask you some questions about something else. Have you ever sexually molested your daughter, Casey Anthony?
No, sir.
Have you ever committed?
That show that I watched also, the most recent one that was like 2 years ago, it was a lie detector show, and it was really interesting. He passed that he was not lying about any of this, and his wife was like questioning him. Cindy, their marriage has been in total disarray ever since this trial, so that was also very interesting.
Any sexually inappropriate act with or in the presence of your daughter, Casey Anthony?
No, sir.
Were you present in your home when Kaylee Anthony died?
No, and when I heard that today, it hurt really bad. Because if I would have known something would happen to Kaylee, we wouldn't be here today.
Now, let me just ask you a couple of questions. When you were a law enforcement officer, were you trained in CPR?
Yes, sir.
Is there any extent that you would not have gone to save Kaylee's life?
I would have done everything possible, humanly possible, to save my granddaughter. If what was stated prior would have happened, I would have done anything I would to save my granddaughter.
Did you dispose of the body of your granddaughter?
No, I did not.
Did you obtain duct tape from your shed or garage and place it over the nose and mouth of Kaylee Anthony?
No, I did not.
I'm going to do a new poll.
Did you have any role or any knowledge that Kaylee Marie Anthony died on June 16th, 2008, prior to recent revelations?
No, sir. I never had any duct tape. I never knew of anything that happened to Kaylee until our life started to unfold on July 15th, 2008, and when Kaylee was found on December 11th.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of the witness at this time. I would like to reserve the right to be called in for
Oh,
additional
wow.
testimony.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination! Cross-examination! Sorry. Theatrical. I need to buy new headphones.
Mr. Anthony, when did you first find out your daughter was pregnant?
I believe it was sometime in May or June of 2005.
So she was 7 months pregnant when you first found out?
6, 7 months. It could have been right around that time, yes.
Do you recall going to a wedding that was Cindy's brother's wedding?
I went to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, but I did not attend the wedding.
Were you ever confronted by Rick, her brother, about Casey's pregnancy?
We had a brief discussion about it, but I told Rick it was none of his concern, none of his business. Whatever was going on with Casey would be handled through Cindy and I. We were there for Casey. You don't have to worry about it.
So is it your testimony today that you knew she was pregnant and you just didn't want him to know? Or You didn't know she was pregnant at the time.
I didn't have an exact knowledge of the time that she was, when I found out that she was pregnant, I didn't have that exact knowledge at the time. Did I have a feeling? Possibly, yes, no. But no, I mean, I did see a change physically in Casey, but nothing that I know that Cindy and I weren't going to, help her with or attend to.
So the photograph that you saw here today.
Hi, Henry. Have a great
You
night.
don't believe-
Thank you so much for everything.
Yes.
Yes.
Show you what is Mark's defense to the case.
Can I ask the council understands the jury in our minutes?
Mr. Baez, if it's not in evidence, you may.
Is that a fair and accurate representation?
Tamara, I was in,
Absolutely. Like I said, I did not go,
I
I
was
did not attend the
working
wedding. I was
full-time in
there. I
Cleveland
didn't go
when
to the
this
wedding
was
that day.
going down. I
But
couldn't
as far as that
watch
being
it.
Casey and
So this
Cindy
is my
together,
first time.
yes.
Judge, unless there's any objection, I'd like to move defense exhibit A into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. Objection.
Stay.
We'll hold back on that.
Oh,
Miss-
Across the sidebar.
So we can all be clear,
Just a
Mr.
second,
I'm
just a
sorry.
second. You may proceed.
So we can all be clear, Mr. Anthony. Did you know your daughter was pregnant the day the photograph was taken?
Not exactly. I mean, I had a feeling that she was, but then again,
Exactly.
like I've stated, until we knew for sure, until we could take her in for some kind of test or something like that.
So the answer is no?
Yeah, the answer is no. I mean, does it look like it at that point, that photograph? Yeah, possibly.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you, did you know if your daughter was pregnant the day that photograph was taken? Your answer is no?
No, not exactly. No, no.
And you were a father of two.
Yes,
And you were a father of two when that photo was taken.
yes.
And is it your idea that your daughter had a beer belly?
I think the term was considered at one point, maybe with retaining water, something like that. It's possible. I mean, I didn't believe that my daughter could be going to have a child right at that time, but stuff happens. I mean, it's,
Did anyone know that Casey was pregnant when that photograph was taken? Anyone else?
Lay down.
You're saying.
Sustain.
Did you tell anyone at that time that Casey was pregnant?
no, not at that time. I did not know.
And when you were confronted with her pregnancy,
This is Blanco Diablo. His name is actually Riley. And this is who you hear nonstop in the background. Because my French bulldog is a mute. And my Yorkie she doesn't bark unless someone's at the door. So whenever you hear barking, it's Riley. Blanco Diablo. See,
you didn't want to talk about it, did you?
just relax.
The first time I heard about Casey expecting a child is when Cindy and Casey came back to our house and we sat down on the couch together, or very close to the proximity of our couch in our house. And Casey and Cindy told me that they have something that they wanted to tell me about.
And you didn't have a clue that Casey was pregnant up until that moment.
Like I said, maybe a feeling or an intuition to a point, but when they told me, I was elated. I was excited.
You have no problems with your vision, do you, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
I've got to talk
And
or else I'll get in trouble.
Was there an explanation given by your daughter lived with you, did she not?
Yes,
Every day.
every day.
And you saw her every day.
Pretty much so. I'd say probably 99% of the time I would see her, yes.
And 6 months prior to that photograph being taken, did you see her retaining water then?
Well, I really don't believe you should see a person or a woman. Each woman is made up differently. Each woman is going to show a pregnancy
My
differently.
question to you, sir, is 6 months prior to the photograph being taken, did you see your daughter retaining water then?
6 months? No, did not.
Have you, prior to Casey being pregnant, had you ever seen her retaining water prior to that?
When Casey was younger, I know she put on weight here and there when she was involved with athletics and things like that. Casey was a very athletic young lady growing up.
And when she was younger and putting on weight due to being in athletics, did the weight gain in her stomach or elsewhere?
Stomach, it could be in her hind side or her butt. Some people would consider it could be in her shoulders, and she would work out and it would sort of go away. She was an avid runner.
So as she was an avid runner, she would gain a belly.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying through her activity, if she'd be running as much or being as active, I think anyone is going to put on weight with inactivity.
Now, you mentioned that you were in the delivery room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you assisted in the delivery?
No, I did not assist. I was there and observed my granddaughter being delivered.
And you didn't know who the father was up until that day?
No, I did not. Did not know that.
You didn't ask?
Not up to that point. I didn't, because when I found out that I was going to be a grandfather, Casey was expecting a child, and we went through the different tests and we went.
My question to you, sir, is did you ask?
I think it was right shortly thereafter, or right around, maybe just before she had delivery. I'm not sure the exact time when I finally did ask. And I remember a name of Baker was brought up.
So the answer is yes, you did ask.
Yes.
Now, how soon after finding out that your only daughter is pregnant did you ask, who's the father?
I don't know. It could have been, like I said, just prior to her delivering Kaylee. I'm not really sure. I don't have an exact timetable. You're asking me to be
Let me
specific.
get my
Second. Please
freaking
let the
camera to
witness
work
finish
again.
answering the
Hold on.
question before there's another question.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes, that's it.
Now, after you find out your daughter is going to be giving birth to your first grandchild, how long after did she give birth?
Well, if I just found out in May or June, we had Kaylee was delivered in August. So it was over 2 to 3 months.
Jeez.
Give or take a few weeks.
So in the entire 2 months, you never stopped your daughter and asked her, who is the father of this child?
Sustained.
You didn't ask her up until just before the child was born.
Sustained.
The day after, or the day you were confronted with this news, did you hold a party or anything like that?
No, just
A baby shower?
Mr. Anthony, did you answer the question, sir?
the day that I found out that I was going to be a grandfather, when I first got the news of Casey's pregnancy, and it was only Cindy, Casey, and I at our house.
Aw,
Now,
camera.
you testified under direct examination that you thought your daughter was working. Did you not?
Yes.
Do you recall speaking to the FBI on July 31st of 2008? Excuse me, July 30th.
I had spoken to the FBI, Sheriff's Department, numerous agents, a couple different agencies within a 2 or 3 week period.
And when you spoke to the FBI, did you make a statement? The irresponsibility, because I've known her.
Just a second.
Oh my God. James.
Sure.
Sustain, rephrase your question.
Yes, I'll rephrase the question. On July 30th of 2008, do you recall speaking to an agent, Scott Bolin, and an agent McLeay?
If that was the date that you have written down, that's probably the date that I did. I can't be specific on the timetable because I don't have information in front of me, but I'm sure that probably
Page
is the date.
35, council lines 1 through 4. Did you make the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her?
Just a second.
I don't believe it is, Judge. Lines 1 through 4.
When you give the line and page, give counsel an opportunity to find the line.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next question.
Did you make the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her, I've had a feeling for the last 2 years, my daughter has not worked. Did you make that statement, Mr. Anthony?
I did.
So was the statement you made under direct examination to this jury the truth, or was it to the FBI the truth?
Approach.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you believed your daughter was working.
Yes, I believe Casey was working. Yes.
And every 2 weeks, did she come home with a paycheck?
No, I never really saw a paycheck from her because if she had a direct deposit or however she handled her finances, that was up to her.
Oh,
What did you see your daughter spending her paycheck on?
Pardon me?
What did you see your daughter spending her paycheck on?
Well, hopefully for necessities for her daughter, gas for her car, insurance to insure that car. I mean, we were very, very good about helping Casey out in any way we possibly could if she was struggling financially or anything like that at all. I mean, we just want to make sure she was responsible for herself and her child.
And since you were wanting to find out that she was responsible for her child, when did you ask to meet the nanny?
I never asked to meet a nanny. I never did.
And did the nanny ever call the house?
Not that I'm ever aware of. No.
Did you ever hear the nanny speaking to Casey on the phone?
No.
And did you ever see photographs of the nanny?
No.
Did you ever see anything written describing a phone number or anything like that? Any information about the nanny?
No, just whatever Casey told us about that she had someone that was helping take care of Kaylee when her mother and I weren't available to.
And every day she would get up, get dressed, and go to work and drop Kaylee off with the nanny.
That's what we were told she was doing. I mean, I had no reason really at too much of any point not to disbelieve or believe my daughter. I mean, she was taking care of her child the best way
Yes,
she
sir.
possibly could.
hey guys, I need to read something really quick having to do with my new benchmark of 1,000 subs. Oh my gosh, I love you guys so much. So Maybe is in charge. Don't piss her off. Thanks.
Yes.
Well, I think you got an open-ended question there to a point, and I'm trying to answer the best way I possibly can. I mean, did I ever know that she was dropping
My question
Kaylee
is-
off every time, sir? That's what you're sort of asking me.
My
I don't know.
question to
I was hoping she was taking her to someone she
If
decided
there's
to
an
post as the nanny.
issue,
My question to
maybe
you, sir,
just
is
message
did she get
me.
dressed
Otherwise,
work
I'm not going to see it for
and
like
leave the child
next
with a
5
nanny,
to
as
10
far as you know?
minutes.
As far as I know, yes.
for 2 years?
It might not be an exact 2-year period. It could have been a little bit less than that. You know, I'm not really known how long that she might have been,
A year and a half.
possibly a year and a half, could have been a year. I'm not really sure.
So you don't know the difference. You know, Kaylee was only 2.5.
Yes.
Correct. So for most of her life, Casey dropped her off at a nanny that didn't exist.
Objection. False oral speculation.
I'll rephrase the judge.
Sustain.
For 2 years, Casey dropped Kaylee off at a nanny that you never met.
Maybe not a whole 2 years. To answer your question, yes, someone that I never met, someone I had never had a phone number for or had any indication to go to pick Kaylee up or anything like that.
For most of her life.
That's
For probably maybe a half of her life. I'm just going in a roundabout way. But actually, to answer your question, Kaylee, when Kaylee came up missing, Kaylee was 2 years and 10 months, not 2.5. So that needs to be clarified, sir. With you.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. Did you ever go to a sports authority to verify if Casey worked there?
Absolutely, I did. Yes.
And you found out she wasn't working there?
I found out that she was not employed there because I went to go surprise my daughter at lunch.
Just surprise her.
Yeah, to take my daughter to lunch just to see how she was doing.
And
Yes.
it had nothing to do with the fact that you suspected she was not working.
That was a twofold thing. Yes, to see if she was there. And if she was there, great, terrific. I'll take her out to lunch.
So which was it? Was it because you wanted to surprise her for lunch or you wanted to verify and see if she was lying to you?
Sustain.
Are you saying, sir, that both of those were the reasons? Is that what your testimony is?
One, hoping that she was working there. Secondly, if she was, I would take her out to lunch.
Now, the sports authority was not Universal Studios.
No, it was not. But I understood from Casey being an event planner. Again, they do not run these events every single day. She can
My
only
question to
be
you, sir, is sports authority.
trying to explain.
Sustain. Listen, folks. Ask
sustain.
the question. Let there be a break between the answer, Mr. Anthony. The court reporter cannot take it down when both of you are talking. And if a witness is being over-responsive, counsel say the witness is being over-responsive. But do not interrupt a witness when the witness is attempting to answer the question. You may proceed.
Sports authority is not the same as Universal Studios.
I will agree. Yes.
Now, did you ever go to Universal Studios to inquire if your daughter was working?
No, I did not.
I want to discuss June 16th of 2008. Do you understand?
Yes.
You said you had breakfast with Kaylee.
Yes.
Kaylee would often have breakfast with you.
Numerous times. Yes, we'd have breakfast together. Yes.
Kaylee loved to swim.
Yes.
And Kaylee would almost go swimming every day.
She would go as frequently as I know that Cindy would take her or Cece would take her. I rarely ever got in the pool with Kaylee unless Cindy and I were there together with her.
Kaylee would wake you up and say, "Jojo, swim, Jojo, swim."
She
Correct?
did a few times, yes.
And Kaylee could get out of the house relatively easily. Correct?
Relatively easy. I'll agree with you to that. Yes.
Now, around June 16, 2008, you were having significant marital problems with Cindy, were you not?
No, on that particular day. No.
Let's go back for a little bit. Once Kaylee was born, you moved out, did you not?
Approach. You may proceed.
Now, when Kaylee was born, you moved out
No.
around that time. How many months before you moved out?
November, towards the end of November, first part of December, 2005.
Sorry?
Towards the end of November, the beginning of December, 2005.
So Kaylee would have been just a few weeks, a couple months old?
If I'm not mistaken, from August to December could only be almost 4 months.
I'm sorry?
From August to December could be almost 4 months. We're going into like a 5th month.
She was an infant when you moved out.
Yes, yes.
And Lee also moved out.
Lee was out on his own, trying to establish himself as a young man in the world, just trying to get out to be on his own, to have some responsibility.
And the issues with you moving out of the house was because Casey didn't want you around.
No,
that correct?
that wasn't the reason. That wasn't the reason.
What were the reasons for you moving out of the house?
Cindy and I had some financial difficulties. We were going through a really tough marital time, and that is a personal matter between her and I, and that's not for the court or you to decide. I'm not on trial here for that.
Oh,
This is when
damn.
you told Cindy you had a gambling problem, correct?
I'd done some gambling on the internet. Yes, sir. That's well established, and I'm not going to deny that. I did it.
Now, did you tell the FBI that it wasn't a gambling problem, that you fell for some Nigerian bank scam?
There was a Nigerian bank scam and also some minor gambling that was done on it. So, I mean, I didn't lie to them. I told them the truth. I'm telling the truth today.
So it's both. You were gambling and you fell for a Nigerian bank scam as well.
And I believe there's other people that have happened to. Yes, sir, did. Yes.
And when you moved back, the tension between you and Casey continued.
Not really. There was some tension because I had moved out of the house, but it wasn't because of prior tension between Kaylee and I or Casey and I or anything like that. I mean, Cindy and I were going through a rough time. It happens. But as far as when I came back to the house, things were a lot better because I didn't just come back all of a sudden. It took months for me to gain some confidence back with Cindy and our marriage and stuff again. And it's something we're still working on today.
Now, going back to June 16th, after you had breakfast with Kaylee, what did Kaylee do then?
Oh, we watched a DVD. I'm almost positive we did. As far as which one, I can't remember specifically. But just spending time with her, coloring a coloring book was something we did pretty much an everyday occurrence.
And
just spending time with her.
And it's your testimony that both Casey and Kaylee left the house at 12:50.
12:50 or shortly thereafter. Yes, sir. Positive. I know that for a fact.
And what time did you go to work at that day?
Shortly after 2 o'clock, 2:10, 2:15. I only had about a 10-minute drive to go to work, and I just lived a short distance. I mean, I worked a short distance away.
Now, you described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Kaylee was wearing that day.
Yes.
And that was a pink top?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And jean shorts?
Yes.
And white sunglasses?
She had white sunglasses. Yes.
And a backpack with monkeys on it. Is that correct?
When I first was asked the question by the state, I just said a backpack. But yeah, it did have what I believe was a monkey design on it. Yes.
What did Cindy wear that day?
I have no idea. I can't remember what Cindy wore that morning because Cindy would leave sometime between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, she was very professional wearing. It could have been a pair of slacks and a top. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
What did Cindy wear the next day?
Overall, as to that question.
What did Cindy wear the next day?
Again, it could have been slacks. It could have been a dress. A nice top. I don't know. I don't know what Cindy wore the next day.
Now, you weren't asked about what Kaylee was wearing for 1 month after she went missing, correct?
You're going to have to give me a little bit more of a question here for me to give you an.
Nobody asked you what Kaylee was wearing the last time you saw her until July 15th, 2008, 1 month after you last saw her.
That's correct, because I didn't know that we would be having a missing child in our lives and be thrown into this. I didn't know anything about that, but I specifically know what she wore because that's the last time I saw her and that's what she had on.
And you had no idea when you saw her for the last time that would be the last time you saw her.
That's correct.
But yet 1 month later, you still remember what she was wearing.
Sustain.
Did you remember 1 month later what Kaylee was wearing?
Sustain.
But you can't recall what your wife was wearing.
Sustain.
Do you remember what your wife was wearing last Tuesday?
Sustain.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you reported gas cans missing on the 24th of June, right? So yes.
May I answer, Your Honor?
Yes, you can answer.
On June 24th of 2008, yes, I made a report to the Orange County Sheriff's Department about a break-in of a shed. Someone forcibly broke into a shed and removed gas cans.
And you did that because you were concerned that someone was burglarizing your shed.
Sustain.
Mr. Anthony, you knew Casey would take gas from the gas cans, did you not?
Sustain.
Mr. Anthony, when you got the gas cans back from your daughter, how did that occur?
Sustain.
Mr. Anthony, did you ever notice any duct tape on that gas can?
Yes. You may continue.
Mr. Anthony, you testified today that Kaylee did not drown in the pool, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that when you heard this today, we would not be here if that were the case. Do you remember saying those words?
Yes, sir.
But you've heard this previously, have you not?
Okay.
Was the question is phrased?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you've heard this previously from several different areas, do you not? Did you not?
No, sir, just one area.
You've also heard from the prosecution that that's how Kaylee died. Did you not?
You may. Objection sustained. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Anthony, you met yesterday at the prosecutor's office, no?
Yes, for a brief period of time, I talked to Mr. Ashton. Yes.
Actually, I'm gonna use the restroom. Oh, man. I'll be right back. Maybe
Briefly, yes,
still
we
in
just
charge.
discussed how
I'll
I
be
would
back in less than 5
basically
minutes.
questioned by the state, by him, and there was no exact questions or anything like that. We just went over a generality of things. Yes, sir.
So you were prepped and
No, sir, I was
ready
not
to go.
prepped. No, that's a misconception. I was not prepped. I was just told that I possibly, or it looked like I'd be the first person called, and that we would talk about my granddaughter, and we've done that.
How long did you meet with Mr. Ashton?
About an hour, roughly. I'm just roughly guessing.
And he told you the questions he was going to ask you.
No, sir, I already answered
Just
that.
a second. He's answered the question, so objection overruled at this point.
Now,
Just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the court at an appropriate time in talking about judging the credibility of witnesses, the court will instruct you it is entirely proper for a witness to discuss their testimony with their attorneys prior to them coming into court, and that a witness should not be discredited by talking to an attorney. Instruction will read exactly. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about the testimony the witness would give if called into the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may continue.
You currently have a lawyer, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And within 24 hours of reporting Kaylee missing, you had a lawyer then by the name of Paul Kelly, did you not?
Overruled at this point. Mr. Paul Kelly is a workers' comp attorney. I did seek his advice when this first occurred because I had no one else to turn to. And with him having legal knowledge, yes, I did, but I did not retain him. He was there just as, we brought him in as a friend to help us through the first hour, the first few days, whatever it's going to be. He was never, we'd never retained him. He was there just to counsel us through something, help us go in the right direction if we needed some kind of assistance.
You sought legal advice from him within 24 hours of calling law enforcement, did you not?
We had Mr. Kelly to our house the day that we first met you at our house. If I am pretty much on point with that. Prior to that, I never talked to Mr. Kelly.
You sought legal advice from Mr. Kelly. Is that a yes? I didn't ask you when.
Okay, I will answer that yes right now.
And that was within 24 hours of calling the police in this case.
It possibly could have been within a 24-hour period. I'm not sure. Okay, I'll say yes at this point.
And then after you mentioned he's not a criminal defense lawyer, then you retained a criminal defense lawyer subsequent to him, did you not?
You may. Objection sustained. Next question.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you stated that you never had any duct tape. Is that correct?
I didn't say anything about duct tape.
You heard are you aware of the duct tape that's involved in this case?
I was made aware of it some time ago. I can't the exact nature of how I got to have knowledge of duct tape. I could have seen it on the internet or some discovery that was left out there. I'm not really sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure of the exact timeline. I mean, I understand that there was some duct tape that's part of this trial, part of this case.
You sat right over there while I gave my opening statement, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
So you know exactly what I'm referring to, do you not?
Sustained. You can ask them about duct tape, but you can ask them about your opening statement. Opening statement is not evidence. Next question.
You understand what the issue is, correct? You've seen the duct tape that we're referring to?
Yes.
Now, you told Mr. Ashton that you never had any duct tape. Were you in possession of that duct tape?
I don't remember that duct tape, whatever you're talking about, I remember that being exactly at my home. I mean, I've had tapes and stuff for many years. I mean, I've purchased that tape at different places. I'm not.
Ankle brand duct tape.
Sustained. Mr. Anthony, would you finish answering the question, please, sir?
That specific one, if that was at my house, then I guess that would be considered, yes, in my possession. I had knowledge of it.
And you did not put the duct tape on that gas can, correct?
Sustained.
Were you in possession of that duct tape at the public supermarket, the command center, while you were passing out flyers of your missing granddaughter?
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach it?
No.
Mr. Anthony, when did you first find out that your car was towed?
Overrule as to that question.
When I first found out about our Pontiac Sunfire had been towed, we had received a notice through the United States Postal Service. See, like a yellowish color tag, probably about the size of this. And it just had our name on it, the person who had sent it, and it was available to be picked up, at the local post office where we get our mail delivered from.
Do you understand my question, sir? My question was,
when I first got notice of it.
When did you first know or find out that your car was towed? What date?
I believe it was Sunday, the 13th of July. It was on a Sunday.
And you picked up the car on the 15th?
Thank you, Amy, for dropping it.
You picked up the car on the 15th?
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
And when you picked up the car, did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing?
It's a big day for me.
If I remember correctly, when I was walking around the car with the gentleman at the tow yard, and after realizing that I hadn't seen my granddaughter for nearly a month, and I really hadn't had a lot of contact with my daughter within that month, I was concerned when I seen the car being towed there. when I saw the car had been towed there.
Did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing when you picked up the car?
No, not at that time. I didn't say she was missing, no.
You didn't tell anyone that you hadn't seen your granddaughter?
What I said to the tow gentleman that was there, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. It was when we were walking around the back of the car. I didn't verbally say it out loud. I think I said it in a very soft tone. That I hope this is not my daughter or my granddaughter or both, because the way the car smelled.
And that smell was the smell of human decomposition.
Sustained.
After you smelled that smell, sir, what did you do?
Mr. Baez.
Judge, until this witness is called for further testimony, I have no questions.
Any redirect in those areas?
Since Mr. Baez has raised it, tell us about the Sports Authority incident when you went to check on your daughter's work situation. What happened?
When I arrived at Sports Authority, I went inside and was met with a younger gentleman at one of the cashier areas. And I introduced myself. I said, I'm George Anthony. I'm Casey's father. Is Casey here? And the gentleman said, who's Casey? And I said, Casey Anthony. And I gave her a brief description.
Sustained.
No, it's not the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply to establish.
Mr. Baez, she didn't hear your objection.
If I
Go
may,
ahead.
it's not the truth of the matter asserted, it's to establish the events that flowed from the statement. I would ask court to reconsider.
Sustained.
Now, based upon what the gentleman told you, what did you do?
I got a little concerned and I asked to see the manager.
And did you have additional conversations with him?
I
You're not
just-
telling me what they were. Did you have additional conversations with him?
I had more conversation with the manager and found out that
Well, tell me what they said. Now, after that conversation, what did you do?
knowing that Casey was not there, I got in my car and left.
At some point, did you address this issue with either your wife or your daughter or both?
First time I addressed it with my wife, Cindy.
All right. And tell us about that conversation.
It was not the best conversation to have with Cindy at the time because of feeling that I was invading Casey's privacy to a point, following her. Just should have just let it go and not
Was your
been the detective of the house to look to go find what was going on.
was your detective work well received by your wife?
No, it was not. It was not.
Did it create additional strife in a relationship that you were trying to repair?
Slightly, but we worked through it.
Did you address this with Casey as well?
I don't remember if I really addressed it immediately or if it was a short period of time after, or we just had a brief discussion. I mean, I don't think it was anything of, I think it was that bad. I just
You just let it go.
let it go.
Now, can you tell us when, in relation to the last time you saw Kaylee, this would have been the same year, the year before? Can you give us a general idea?
The last time I saw my granddaughter Kaylee was June 16, 2008.
I mean, the Sports Authority incident. When was
Sports
that?
Authority, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when was
Sports Authority
that?
incident, I believe was towards the end of 2007, could have been early part of 2008. I'm not really sure of that generally of the time, but I know it wasn't all that long ago.
Now, let's talk about Mr. Kelly, the attorney that counsel asked you about. Had he done some work for you in the past?
He was my workers' comp attorney when I had a couple different injuries. He took care of that for me.
And how far back was that he worked as your attorney?
Overruled.
How far back was it that he actually worked as your attorney?
He helped me 2 different occasions. One time was in, I believe it was 1995, 1996, and again in the early part of 2000.
Subsequent to that, had your relationship with Mr. Kelly changed from lawyer-client to something more personal?
We've been just great friends for nearly 20 years.
And did you and Cindy socialize with his family? Did your kids socialize together? Was it that kind of relationship?
We've been out to dinner a couple different occasions, been to his home and shared a meal at his home with him and his family.
And when you had him come to your house the day, I guess the day after you found out Kaylee was missing, was he there more as a friend or more as a legal advisor?
Overruled.
Friend, but also legal. I mean, it was a combination of both because Cindy and I didn't know where to turn, except to turn to someone that we considered a friend and had legal knowledge. So we were reaching out to just get some help.
How would you describe your emotional state on that day, the 16th of July, the day after everything was revealed, and the day that, how were you feeling? What were your emotions then? No, I believe this is the date counsel was referring.
Overruled.
Just tell us that.
Very, very tired, very edgy. Hadn't had nothing to eat or drink since probably earlier the day prior to that. Talk about running on fumes. I mean, you're going in so many different directions. It's hard just to sit down and just concentrate on one particular thing because your whole main objective is to find your missing granddaughter. That's whatever it took. I mean, we were to say how exactly I felt that day, I do know that we were just devastated.
No further questions.
Okay, may the witness stand down.
Subject to recall. though.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. You may resume your seat.
This piece of molding is coming off.
Okay, we'll take care of it. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now 7 minutes to the hour of 5. We will recess for the evening. Again, please remember all of my previous admonitions. Do not watch, listen, or read any news accounts of this case. Do not discuss this case among yourselves, nor with anyone else. And please remember my earlier instructions dealing with social media and people contacting you, including your loved ones when you talk to them this evening. Any additional instructions from the state or the defense? Okay, members of the jury, you may be excused. We'll see you tomorrow again at 9 a.m.
Live in the state of Florida.
No, I live in Cleveland, Ohio.
I'm sorry?
Oh,
Cleveland, Ohio.
At some point, did May I
sorry.
inquire, sir? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would again, please introduce yourself to the jury and state your name.
Cameron Campana,
Mr. Campana, how old are you?
23 years old.
Do you currently live in the state of Florida?
No, I live in Cleveland, Ohio.
I'm sorry?
Cleveland, Ohio.
At some point, did you live in Florida?
Yes, I attended college in Orlando.
When did you attend college here in Orlando?
August 2007 to February 2009 at Full Sail University.
Can you tell the jury what Full Sail University is?
It's a media arts school. I attended for
I had a
recording
cousin who
production
went
of
there.
music and music business.
Is that a 2-year school or a 4-year school?
It's an accelerated pace. It's 1-year programs for your associates and a 10-month program for your bachelor's.
Mr. Campana, can I ask you to maybe speak up just a little bit?
Okay.
Thank you. How many years did you attend Full Sail?
2007 to 2009, about almost 3 years.
Did you graduate from Full Sail?
Yes, I graduated
And what type of degree do you get from Full Sail?
bachelor's of science in music business.
What are you currently doing for a living?
I'm a club promoter for an entertainment company in Cleveland.
Is that in line
Damn.
with the education that you received?
Yes,
Back
I've
when you
been there.
attended Full Sail, starting in August of 2007, where did you live?
Sutton Place Apartments,
Do you know the address there?
3834. I forget which apartment number.
When you lived there, with whom did you live?
In case you are wondering why, I just explained about 20 minutes ago that I was living in Cleveland, downtown Cleveland, Tremont, when this trial was taking place. So I couldn't watch it when it was happening. I had a full-time job. Yeah. So I bet I've been to the club that he was promoting.
What was
Who
that?
did you live with?
Anthony Lazaro.
Let's talk a little bit about the apartment. How big was the apartment?
It was a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment. I want to say it was about maybe 1,000 square feet altogether.
And when you first moved in, you lived with Tony Lazaro?
Yes,
At some point, did you have other roommates?
yes. Roy House stayed with us briefly, and then Nathan Lesnovich.
Let's talk about Mr. House first. When did Mr. House first start living in your apartment?
I believe it was November of 2007
And how long did he stay?
till about June 2008.
You said this was a 2-bedroom apartment?
Yes,
While Mr. House was staying with you, where did he sleep?
on the couch in the living room.
Was this a couch that pulled out into a bed?
No.
He just slept on the couch?
Yeah.
You also mentioned a Nathan Lesnowitz.
Yes,
When did he live with you at the Sutton Place apartment?
it was towards the end of May. I believe around May 25th or 26th he moved in
And how long did he stay?
until our lease was up in August 2008.
So at one point, you had 4 men living in this apartment.
Yes.
What were the sleeping arrangements during this time? Where did everybody sleep?
Nate took the couch, and then Roy took the floor until he found his own apartment.
Was he looking for an apartment during this time?
Yes.
Directing your attention to May and June and July of 2008, can you tell the jury what your school schedule was?
We were on a rapid schedule. I was pretty much going to school either 9 to 5 or 1 to 9. It changed every month.
It changed every month?
Yes.
Do you have any specific recollection of what your hours were at school during the month of May of 2008?
I want to say 9 to 5. I know June was 1 to 9.
Okay. So
Approach.
may I continue?
Just a second.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Campana, going back to June of 2008, you believe your school schedule was 1 to 9.
Yes.
Did your classes or your education also entail you working in any way?
No.
So after you went to classes from 1 to 9, you were done.
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Lesnowitz's school schedule during June of 2008?
I believe it was 9 to 5. I'm not 100% sure though.
Did you take classes with him during this time?
We were on different schedules in different months because I had taken time off and I had to retake classes.
How about Mr. Lazaro?
We started at the same time and he never had to retake classes or anything, so he got ahead of me. But we were on different schedules this same months usually.
Sir, directing your attention to the end of May, beginning of June of 2008, did you have the occasion to meet Casey Anthony?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury the circumstances by which you came to meet her?
Excuse
How
me.
you met her?
I met her through my roommate Anthony Lazaro after a birthday party for a friend Daniel Howard.
Why does that last name sound so?
Do you remember when that party was?
I believe it was May 24th or around that date. That's when his birthday was.
And Mr. Howard is a friend of yours? What is or was a friend of yours?
Yes, he was a mutual friend with all of us.
When you first met Ms. Anthony, can you tell the jury how she appeared, what her demeanor was?
She was, just a regular 22-year-old girl, happy. Just seemed like, normal and just your average 22-year-old.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah. No.
Subsequent to that birthday party, did you have the occasion to see Casey Anthony again?
After, yes.
Can you tell the jury the period after that birthday party? Let's go to this question. At some point, did Ms. Anthony start staying with you on a regular basis?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I want to say the middle of June
Of 2008.
or towards the end of June. Yeah,
Okay.
it was June 2008. I know.
Prior to that period of time when the defendant was more or less staying with you, how many times do you believe you may have seen Ms. Anthony on a social basis?
On social basis? Inside the apartment or outside?
Let's do both.
I would see her daily when she started staying with us inside the apartment. Outside the apartment, maybe 2 or 3 times.
The 2 or 3 times that you saw the defendant, were you aware that she had a daughter?
Yes.
Do you know the daughter's name?
Kaylee?
How many times have you met Kaylee?
About 4 times, maybe 3.
When you saw Kaylee, Anthony, where would you see her?
Either in Anthony Lazaro's room with Casey or in the living room watching TV.
During this time period that you saw Kaylee Anthony at your apartment with the defendant, did they, meaning Ms. Anthony and Kaylee, ever spend the night?
Not together.
I'm sorry, what do you mean not together? Did they or did they not spend the night?
Casey did. Not Kaylee never spent the night at the apartment.
All right, so Kaylee never spent the night over at your apartment?
No.
When you first met Ms. Anthony, did you ever have any discussions with her about her employment?
She had mentioned to us that she had worked for Universal as an event coordinator.
Was that your understanding that that was her job, or she used to work there?
That's what I understood that was her job.
All right. Did she talk about her job?
Every now and then, just brief little things. I don't know specifics, but she had mentioned like picking up tickets for a Batman premiere for The Dark Knight, and
My
just like other little
favorite.
things saying work is stressing me out and such like that.
The work was stressing her out?
Her
You
non-existent
mentioned something
job,
about
or
Batman
did she
premiere?
actually work
Yes.
What
there?
did Ms. Anthony say about that?
She had told my roommate Anthony Lazaro that she was going to get red carpet tickets for the premiere, and it never happened.
Statement of the defendant, Your Honor, goes to her state of mind.
Overruled. So you're talking about what the defendant told you or Mr. Lazaro?
About the Batman ticket?
Yes.
I've heard that
No, you heard that from whom?
from Anthony Lazaro.
If that was from Mr. Lazaro, objection sustained.
Yes, sir.
I was gonna say, like,
You had mentioned a
what?
few minutes ago that at one point
Gonna
Ms.
blow
Anthony
my nose. 1 second.
started staying with you on a regular basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, when would that have been?
Sustained is the last question.
Did Ms. Anthony begin staying with you in your apartment?
Yes.
When was that?
Some point towards the end of June, mid-June to end June.
Was this something that you had talked to Mr. Lazaro about? That she was going to be moving in?
No.
Was this something that you had spoken to the defendant about?
No.
Overruled.
When she started staying at your apartment, was there any understanding that you're aware of about how long she was going to stay?
No, she had told us that she was looking for an apartment with, I believe it was Amy.
Had you ever met Amy?
I believe once.
But when she first started staying there, did you know who Amy was?
No.
Now, you went to school this time from the periods of 1 to 9 in June, correct?
Yes.
During the time that you were with the defendant, did you ever see her getting ready to go to work?
No.
Tell us about when when she started living with you, did you ever see Kaylee again?
I believe once, and I can't be 100% positive about that.
Did she ever tell you during the subsequent weeks where Kaylee was?
We have asked, and one time she said that she was going to Universal with the nanny. Then another time was the nanny was taking her to Cocoa Beach for friend's son's birthday party.
Did the defendant ever appear anxious about seeing her daughter?
Sometimes she would say that she talked to Kaylee on the phone and that she was excited. Other than that, I don't think so.
During the time frames that she was living with you and your roommates, did you ever hear her on the phone purportedly talking to her daughter?
No.
Did you ever hear her talking purportedly to the nanny?
No.
Did she talk on the phone while she lived with you?
She would, but she would always step outside and have conversation.
Could you see her walking around outside?
I would see her walk around the little pond in the back.
There's a pond in the back of the
Yeah.
apartment?
Behind the apartment. If you were standing on our balcony, you could see it from there.
And then would she come back to the apartment?
Yes.
When she came back to the apartment, would she relate to you with whom she was speaking?
One time,
What did
she
she
said
say?
she was speaking to her mother, and that I asked her why she always goes outside, and she said that's because it's her time to vent.
As was what?
It was her time to vent.
Did she ever tell you what those arguments or what those discussions were about?
No.
While Ms. Anthony was living with you, how were you guys who was doing the cooking?
I mean, everyone would do their part, but once she started staying on a regular basis, she started cooking dinner and buying groceries.
Would she ever ask you if anybody needed anything at the store?
Yes.
And would she return with those items?
Yes.
Did she ever do laundry?
Yes.
Whose laundry did she do?
Mostly hers.
Relevancy?
Your Honor, it's relevant to her state of mind and her conduct during the time period. May we approach?
Overrule at this point.
Thanks, sir. You can continue.
It was mostly her laundry, sometimes Anthony's, Lazaro's, and I believe one time she even did mine.
Did you ask her to?
No.
What about cleaning the apartment? Who cleaned the apartment?
She helped clean. We all helped keep it.
Your Honor,
Overrule.
We'd all take part in cleaning, but she would help clean more often.
as part of your studies at Full Sail, did you have a computer?
Yes.
What type of computer did you have?
Apple MacBook Pro.
Was that given to you by the school?
That's what
Yeah,
I
it was
have.
a package deal that we could get with classes.
Yup.
To your knowledge, did your roommates also have computers?
Yes, we all had Apple MacBook Pros.
Did you ever see the defendant with a computer?
Yes.
What type of computer did she have?
I'm not sure of the brand, but it was a PC laptop.
While she was living with you, did you see her using that laptop?
Yes.
Did you ever use her laptop?
No.
To your knowledge, did she ever ask to borrow your computer?
No.
To your knowledge, did she ever ask to borrow anybody else's?
No.
They probably would have said no.
So during this time period that the defendant was living with you, can you describe to the jury what her general demeanor was?
She just seemed just the same. Nothing had changed. She was happy. She seemed, excited about life. Just,
Did you ever socialize with the defendant outside of the apartment?
I believe that one or two times.
Where would that have been?
Excuse me.
Where would that have been?
Once at one of my friend's apartments that her and Tony stopped by at, and I can't be positive about the second time.
Have you ever heard of the Fusion Ultra Lounge?
Yes.
What is that?
It was a restaurant / club lounge that served food and had nightlife at night.
I'm sorry?
They would have nightlife events at night.
To your knowledge, have you ever spent any time with the defendant at that particular club?
No.
Overruled.
What?
During this time period, did you drink alcohol?
Yes.
While you were at the apartment, did the defendant ever drink with you?
No.
How about outside of the apartment?
I've seen her. I never saw her, but she would come home sometimes and would be drunk. I think it was just like one time I saw her come back.
Have you ever been to have you ever met George or Cindy Anthony?
No.
Had you ever been over to George or Cindy Anthony's home?
No.
While she was living with you, did you ever see any article of clothing that belonged to Kaylee?
Only stuff that she would bring over if she brought her over in the morning, like swimsuit, because we had a pool.
And that's when you actually saw Kaylee, correct?
Yes.
How about after she started living with you, did you ever see any article of clothing belonging to Kaylee?
Not that I saw.
Any toys?
Maybe a book. I think there was a book, a Pink Panther video too.
This was while she was living with you?
I believe so.
Any stuffed animals?
No.
My eyes are dry. I need to take my Sjogren's meds.
During the time period that she was living with you, did she ever tell you that her daughter was missing?
No.
Did she ever tell you that her daughter had been kidnapped?
No.
Did she ever tell you that while you were out in classes, she was out looking for her daughter?
No.
Did she at any time ever ask you for any help in trying to find her daughter?
No.
Are you aware of an incident, without going into any detail, are you aware of an incident on July 15th when the defendant's mother came to your apartment?
I had class till 9. I got home and Anthony and Nathan had told me what had happened.
Were
Somebody else told you.
right?
That's
I'm
your
not asking
home.
you. You were not home when any of that may have happened.
Excuse me?
You were not at home when any of that
No.
may have happened.
I wasn't.
Did you have the occasion to meet Lee Anthony later on that night?
Yes.
And had you ever met him before?
No.
And when he came over, did you say anything to him?
I just told him I was sorry to hear about what happened, and if there's anything that we can do, we'll help.
What can you tell the jury about Lee's demeanor when you saw him that night?
He seemed calm, but at the same time, he was worried.
Did you give him any items that belonged to the defendant that night?
He came and picked up a bag of clothes that Casey had in Anthony's room.
Did you actually witness him take those items
Why?
in that bag out of the apartment?
Yes.
Did you have any other contact with the defendant after that night?
No.
Did you have any other contact with Lee Anthony after that night?
No.
I have 1 second, Judge.
I must have walked away.
Thank you very much, sir. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination.
When this was being explained.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr.
Campana.
Campana, were you in Casey's home on June 16, 2008 when Kaylee drowned?
I wanted to show you guys something.
Folks, was your microphone on, Mr. George? I cannot hear you, sir. So it's not on the record. You can cut your microphones off, but as I told y'all in the back, I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry, sir.
And the court reporter cannot hear you.
The question was assuming facts, not in evidence. We'd ask that the question be struck.
Overruled. May the witness
Wow.
stand down.
I do declare.
Yes, sir. State may call the next witness.
My name is Nathan Lesnovich, Nathan
He's nervous.
Lezniewiczz.
It's a good Polish last
Thank
name.
you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you?
Not too bad.
Am I pronouncing your name correctly as Lesnowitz?
Lesnovich.
Lesnovich. Sorry about that.
Yeah, should be.
Good morning, sir. Where do you currently live in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
I live in Fort Pierce.
How long have you lived there?
I grew up there and I moved back about a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Was there a time period where you lived in Orlando?
Yes, sir.
When did you live here in Orlando?
2007 to 2009.
Why?
I was going to school at Full Sail University.
We heard a little bit about Full Sail, but what were you doing at Full Sail?
I was going to school for audio engineering.
For audio engineering?
I bet my cousin knows them. It's not that big of a school. They're pretty selective.
How long did you attend Full Sail?
For a year and a half.
While you were at Full Sail, did you obtain any type of degree?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury what you're doing now?
I currently play in a band called Kai Vibe out of Vero Beach. I play in a band. I'm a musician.
Oh.
Kai Vibe. I play keyboard and percussion.
Did you also play in bands or while you were attending Full Sail?
Yes, sir.
While you were attending Full Sail, where did you live?
I lived at Sutton Place with Tony and Cameron.
Tony, what's his last name?
Lazaro and
And-
Cameron Campana.
When did you first start living with Mr. Lazaro?
The end of May in 2008, I believe 2008.
When you moved in with Mr. Lazaro, where did you sleep?
I slept on the couch.
Yeah, this is definitely when TJ went there.
How long were you planning on staying?
About a month and a half until their lease ended. My original lease had ended, and then Tony and me and another gentleman were going to move into another apartment starting when Tony's lease ended there at Sutton Place.
So you were just kind of buying time until.
You're right, until Tony's lease was up.
All right. Did you attend classes with Mr. Lazaro
Yes, I did.
during this time period?
Not during this time period, no.
During the time period of, let's go with the end of May, June, and July of 2008, do you recall what your school schedule was?
I believe my school schedule for the month of June was 9 to 5.
Did you work outside of going to school?
I was a musician. I traveled with my band playing.
Did you have performances to give during this time period?
Yes, sir.
Did you perform locally or did you leave?
All over the place. I'd leave town a lot.
Did there come a time during this time period, May, June 2008, where you met Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
How did you first meet Ms. Anthony?
The drummer for my band, Daniel Howard, he was having a birthday party I believe it was May 24th. And that's where Tony and Casey first met. And that's where I also met Casey.
What can you tell the jury about your first impressions or how the defendant was acting when you first met her?
Seemed like just, like a normal 21, 22-year-old girl. I mean, she seemed fine. She was outgoing. She was talkative.
How did she and Tony appear to get along?
They seemed to get along great.
Were you aware at that first meeting that the defendant had a daughter?
No, not at first. No, sir.
When did you first become aware that the defendant had a daughter?
It had to be very shortly thereafter, probably the next week or two to follow. Probably the next few days, actually.
Did you ever meet her daughter?
Yes, I did.
What was her name?
Her name is Kaylee.
Where did you meet Kaylee?
At my apartment.
How many times in all do you think you've seen Kaylee?
2 to 3 times.
During this time period, when you first met the defendant and she came over to your apartment with her daughter, did she ever spend the night?
Did Casey ever spend the night or did Kaylee ever spend the night?
Both together?
No, sir.
Did there come a time where the defendant started spending more time at your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when she basically stayed every day?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Approximately the 3rd and 4th week of June was when her staying over picked up quite a bit.
I take it you've had conversations with the defendant while she stayed with you?
Yes, sir.
Times. Did she ever tell you anything about her employment?
She said that she was employed at Universal Studios.
Did she tell you what she did at Universal Studios?
Event coordination, event planning, event coordination.
Did you ever see any IDs, like an ID badge or anything that would tell you that she worked at Universal?
No, sir.
Did she ever talk about her work?
Every once in a while.
Okay. What would she tell you about her work?
The only thing that we had ever talked about was a Batman premiere that was coming up when Batman first came out.
What about a Batman premiere?
That Universal was doing a premiere and that she could get some tickets for some of the other guys in the apartment there that were interested in going.
Were you interested in going?
If there was a ticket available, I would go.
Was there a ticket available?
Relevancy?
Your Honor, it goes to the defendant's state of mind.
Sustain.
Oh,
Other than that, would she ever complain about her work?
No, sir.
girl.
I believe you said that during this time period, you were going to classes from 9 to 5.
Yes, sir.
While you were getting ready to go to school, did you ever observe the defendant getting ready to go to work?
I mean, she'd get ready. I mean, she would leave when we would leave in the morning. I just naturally assumed that was where she was heading, was to work.
And would you come usually come straight home from your classes back to the apartment?
It all depends.
To your knowledge, did the defendant have a key to that apartment?
No, sir.
Were there times that you would come home from class or after your day that the defendant was there?
And the defendant was there?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Did you spend time alone with her while her boyfriend was
Yes,
out of
sir.
school or whatever?
Yes, sir.
What'd you guys do?
Hang out, watch TV. I mean, it's with Full Sail, with this way the schedule works, everyone's in transition all the time. People are constantly coming and going. You're home for a few hours to maybe eat, get a couple hours sleep or watch TV, and then you're right back at lab or back in class again for the afternoon or evening.
Was the defendant easy to talk to?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe this time period while she was living with you, her demeanor?
She seemed normal, happy, like, everything was fine. I didn't notice any, nothing caught my eye as far as her personality or mood swings or anything like that.
Now, you had testified a few minutes ago that you had seen Kaylee Anthony approximately 2 to 3 times.
Yes, sir.
When she started living or staying for extended periods of time at your apartment, did you ever see Kaylee?
No, sir.
Did that ever seem odd to you?
It did. I didn't pay too much attention to it. Cameron and I had a conversation about it, I think once or twice, that we hadn't seen Kaylee around in a couple of weeks.
Did you ever ask the defendant where Kaylee was?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did she tell you?
That she was at that time that she was at Disney World with the nanny and that they were going to Cocoa to the beach the following day.
God.
Were you ever
What
told
a
any other
life.
places where Kaylee was?
Just typically that she was with the nanny and they were out doing various things. I mean, it was summertime. It didn't really raise a flag to anyone. It seemed like a typical summertime things to do.
Was there anything about the defendant's demeanor when she told you where Kaylee was that made you worried?
No, sir.
That made you question what she was telling you?
No, sir.
Diablo Blanco has left the
While the
room.
defendant was living with you, did she ever tell you anything about her parents?
Not much, sir, no.
You say not much. What do you recall her saying?
When her and her mother would have phone conversations, she would leave the apartment to have those conversations because she said from time to time that they would get in arguments on the phone and she didn't want us to have to listen to them argue on the phone.
Did you ever hear an argument that the defendant had with anybody on the phone?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear her speaking purportedly to her daughter on the phone?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear her speaking purportedly to the nanny on the phone?
No, sir.
Now, outside of,
Lay down.
were you aware during this time period that did the defendant have an automobile?
Excuse me.
Did she have a car?
Yes, sir.
What kind of car did she have?
It was a little white car. I'm not sure exactly what kind of car it was.
During this time period, did you ever ride in that car?
No, sir.
Did you ever get near the car?
No, sir.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she was having any car trouble during this time period?
Just one day when she had broken down around the corner at the Amscot and Tony had left in the morning to go pick her up. That was the only time that I recall.
Were you home when the defendant called regarding that?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Tony leave to go get her?
Yes, sir.
Were you at home when they came back to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
How long was Tony gone approximately?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes at the most.
Do you have any recollection of them coming home with anything?
No, sir. I don't remember exactly if she came home with anything or not.
So what type of things would the defendant do while in the apartment? Did she cook?
Yes, sir.
Did she clean?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever do your laundry?
Did she ever do my laundry? No, sir.
Outside of the apartment, did you socialize with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where would that be?
Fusion nightclub, mostly on Friday evenings.
What is Fusion nightclub?
It's a restaurant bar on the eastern side of Orlando. They're closer to UCF.
Were there any particular things going on Friday nights there?
Tony and Roy House, a couple of their friends had a production company, an event type company where they go around to various bars and clubs and promote events and just try to get people in the door and everything. So Friday nights they were working at Fusion.
How many times do you believe that you've been at Fusion with the defendant?
2 or 3 times, maybe.
Can we bring up the
Objection to what? Well, it's not being published to the jury. Objection to a picture? Okay, let's let him look at the picture. I haven't seen it yet, and it's not published to the jury, so let's wait.
Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
I can't see it.
I could understand like 1 or 2 shirts, like work shirts, but like undies, no. No, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, sir. I'm showing you what they marked for identification BS. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that picture of?
That is a picture of myself and Casey Anthony.
Okay. Do you recall on what date that photograph was taken?
I don't recall the exact date, no, sir.
Okay. Was there ever a time when you were at Fusion with the defendant that she participated in a contest?
Yes, sir.
What type of contest was that?
It was a hot body contest.
Objection sustained unless you can put it in the date.
Well, that's what I was trying to work on, Judge.
Well, you need to work on it.
Thank you.
Because he just said he doesn't remember dates. So
The dress that the defendant is wearing, can you see it in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Does that in any way help you determine on what date that picture was taken?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'd been there a couple times up there, and I don't know exactly which day this was, which Friday this was.
Okay. Do you know where that photograph was taken?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was that photograph taken?
At Fusion.
Was this during the month of June of 2008?
was not relevant. As to that question, overruled.
No problem, Debbie. I'm kind of worried about Peggy.
Not at this point.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Was this picture taken in June of 2008?
Yes, sir.
And does that picture appear to be a true and accurate representation of what you look like and what the defendant looked like in June of 2008?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, the state would move what's been marked for identification BS.
Let me go ahead and
States number 3, I believe.
Mr. Baez.
try to find Peggy.
Okay, you can approach. You may proceed. Objection overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Again, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification BS into evidence of states number 3.
It will be entered as evidence over defense objection as states numbered.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, may I publish that?
Okay, based upon prior motions, you have a standing objection to this line of photographs. You may publish to the jury.
Thank you.
All right. I commented on an old comment of hers that she made on a video once, hoping that
During
she
the time that you
sees
were with the
it.
defendant at Fusion, how would you describe her?
I feel like I need Peggy's phone number.
She always seemed like she was having a good time. I mean, she's not an introvert by any means. I mean, she's outgoing personality and she liked to go out and have a good time.
At any time that she was living in your apartment, did you ever
Sorry, I
see her
have to make
distraught?
it bigger.
Ever see her what?
Distraught,
No, sir.
depressed,
No, sir.
scared,
No, sir.
angry,
No, sir.
worried?
No, sir.
At any time that you knew Casey Anthony, while she was living with you, did she ever tell you that her daughter was missing,
No, sir.
that her daughter had been kidnapped,
No, sir.
that while you were at school, she was out looking for her?
No, sir.
Did she ever ask you for help in trying to find her?
No, sir.
Were you present at your apartment on July 15th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what you and your roommates were doing in the early evening hours of that night?
The only ones home were me and Anthony Lazaro, and we were playing video games, sitting on the couch waiting for the All-Star game to start that evening.
Who else was home?
It was just me and Tony, and Casey Anthony was there.
What was the defendant doing while you guys were playing the video games?
I don't exactly remember. She was just, just kind of hanging out here and there, bouncing around. I don't know if she was doing laundry at the time or not, but she was just there hanging out.
Again, during this time period, was there anything about the defendant's demeanor that gave you any concern whatsoever?
No, sir.
At some point, was there a knock on the door?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what happened when there was a knock on the door?
When there was first a knock at the door, Casey Anthony answered the door, and there was a blonde girl there that I did not recognize. At that point, Casey proceeded to step outside the apartment and close the door for a couple minutes. She returned back to the apartment coming in, followed by, now I know to be her mother, Cindy Anthony, and also with Amy Huizinga.
Without going into any specifics about what was said, did you see the defendant come back into the apartment after she left with the blonde girl?
Yes.
What happened when she came back in with the blonde girl?
She came back in, and her and Cindy Anthony were in an argument, and Cindy Anthony had asked her to grab her things and to let's go, to which Casey Anthony had replied that she'll go outside and speak with her, but that she wasn't leaving.
Did she go outside?
Yes, sir.
Did she come back?
No, sir.
After she left with her mother, did you ever see in person Casey Anthony again?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak with her on the phone again?
No, sir.
At some point, did you meet her brother Lee?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell me how you were feeling when this happened. I mean, taken out. What was your thought process?
We were just kind of a little confused at the time. We didn't know what was going on. We just figured, it was something between her and her mother and her roommate, and just left it at that for the time being.
Were you worried about anything?
No, sir.
At some point, did you meet Lee Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury approximately how long. I know you weren't looking at a watch, but approximately how long after the defendant had left that you met her brother?
Maybe, if I remember correctly, it was early evening when Casey left. It was probably mid to later evening. I'd say somewhere between 9 and midnight when Lee Anthony came by.
What can you tell the jury about his overall demeanor? What was his state?
Lee kind of felt bad for us a little bit. He said his sister was known to get into trouble here and there, and that he wished that he had met us prior so that he could warn us to.
What's the objection? Sustained.
Damn,
Don't have to
that's
talk about
hearsay.
what anybody other than you said.
Okay.
All right? Just asking about general demeanor. Was he nice to you?
Yes, he was, sir.
Did he appear angry?
No, sir.
Did he appear worried?
Yes, sir.
Why I'm blinking
While he was at the
weird.
apartment, did you give him anything?
He gathered a few of Casey Anthony's belongings. What exactly, I don't know. If I remember correctly, Tony was the one who helped him gather up some of her belongings.
During this night, were you also visited by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Twice.
The first time law enforcement came, was that before Lee Anthony came over or after Lee Anthony?
Before Lee came over.
When the deputy came over, was anything, to your knowledge, given to him?
Yes, sir.
What was given to him?
A cell phone.
Did you give that to law enforcement or did Tony give it to him?
Anthony Lazaro gave that. Tony Lazaro gave that to law enforcement.
At that time, did law enforcement question you about anything?
No, sir.
How long was law enforcement there that first time?
5 minutes, just long enough to collect the cell phone and to fill out a receipt form or some sort for it.
And then Lee came over.
Yes, sir.
At subsequent time, I believe you testified, law enforcement came back.
Yes, sir.
How long after Lee had left did law enforcement come back?
I can't say exactly, maybe an hour or two.
By this time, were you aware, or were you made aware that no one had seen Kaylee for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
When the police came to your apartment the second time, what did they do while they were there?
They searched the apartment.
Did you have any problem with them searching the apartment?
No, sir.
How long were they there all in all?
Maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Did they take items with them?
I do not recall, sir.
While the defendant was staying with you on a daily basis in June and into July of 2008, did you ever see any article of clothing belonging to Kaylee Anthony?
No, sir.
Did you ever see any toys belonging to Kaylee Anthony?
No, sir.
Any stuffed animals belonging to Kaylee Anthony?
Not that I recall, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions of the witness.
Approximate length of your cross-examination. That's why I'm asking you approximate length. 5 minutes, okay? You may proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I don't want to butcher your last name. Can you repeat that? for me?
Yes, it's Lesnovich.
Lesnovich?
Lesnovich.
Lesnovich. Thank
Yes,
you, sir. Mr. Lesnovich, you saw Kaylee how many times?
2 to 3 times approximately.
Did she appear hungry to you at any time?
No, sir.
Did she look well fed?
Yes, sir.
Well taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Can't
Was Casey
even
attentive to her?
Yes, sir.
pretend to
And
be appropriate.
Casey, did you ever see Casey strike her or yell at her or
No,
treat her
sir.
improperly?
No, sir.
And in fact, in your opinion, she was a good mother from what you saw. I'll rephrase, Judge.
Uh,
I'll rephrase.
okay, rephrase it.
Now, subsequent to where you are today, you found out, of course, that during that time that Casey was living with you, that Kaylee was no longer with us, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, looking back at Casey's behavior, there was absolutely no indication to you that Casey gave you that Kaylee was dead.
No, sir.
And there was no signs in any way, shape, or form as far as you and the outside world could see, or as far as you could see, I should say.
No, sir.
Now, Casey's car, where did she park the car when she lived with you?
In the parking lot.
Right next to your car?
Well, I mean, it's random as far as
On the
parking spaces go
trees.
and who gets one, but typically we were all within a few parking spaces of each other. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she didn't park 50 yards away
No, sir.
where no other cars were parked?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
Any other questions of this witness, Mr. George? Okay.
Sir, were you present on June 16, 2008 at Casey Anthony's home when Kaylee drowned in the pool?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, any other questions of this witness?
Not at this time.
Okay,
Roy House.
both, just a second, go ahead.
Roy House, ROYHOUSE. We go by Clint, CLINT.
Oh, both sides, the rule of procedure has been invoked. Both sides will be responsible for advising their witnesses as to the rule. And the rule is expanded to include being able to look at electronic devices and listen to folks' testimony. So make sure you incorporate those things too.
Yes,
Mr. George, you may
Look at
continue.
that.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You are Clint's House.
Yes, sir.
Mr. House, how old are you?
25.
Do you currently live in Florida?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live in Florida?
Jacksonville, Florida.
So Jacksonville?
Jacksonville, yes, sir.
Was there a time that you lived in Orlando?
Yes, sir.
When did you live in Orlando?
From 2007 to 2009.
Why were you in Orlando?
Was going to school at Full Sail.
We've heard a little bit about Full Sail already, but can you tell the jury what you were studying there?
I was there for recording arts, learning how to engineer and produce music.
How long, all in all, how long were you at Full Sail?
About 10 months.
Did you achieve a degree?
No, I did not.
At Full House.
Are you employed now, sir?
Yes, I am.
What do you do?
Work for my parents' company, First Coast Kin Dry in Jacksonville.
What kind of company is that?
It's a carpet cleaning company.
When you were attending
Full
Full
Sail.
Sail,
Really
where did you live?
intense.
I lived with Tony and Kim
Is that at the Sutton Place
at
apartment?
the someplace apartment. Yes, sir.
From what time periods did you live there in 2008?
I was only there for a few months. I moved in at the end of April and was out at the beginning or at the end of June
Of 2008.
2008. Yes, sir.
During that time period, where did you sleep?
Sometimes on the couch, sometimes on the floor. We were all in a transition period waiting for Tony's lease to run out because me, Nate, and Tony were going to get a place together.
During May, June, and July of 2008, you were attending Full Sail, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall during that time period what hours that you were in school?
It ranged. There were some times that I'd be in school at 1 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the morning. There was times that I'd get there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and be there at until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The hours range just based on different classes.
During the time period of May, June of 2008, did you meet a woman by the name of Casey Anthony?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when you first met her?
Yes, me and Tony met her at a party that one of our friends was throwing.
Do you remember the friend's name?
No, I do not.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that your roommate Tony actually met Casey Anthony?
Yes, it is.
So you met her the same day?
The same night, yes, sir.
What do you recall about meeting Ms. Anthony on that date?
She seemed like a fun party girl, somebody that would probably get along well with our group of friends.
Did, at that first meeting, were you aware that she had a child?
Yes, I was.
How did you become aware of that?
Guys, we're gonna, since we're on 1.5 times speed, we're gonna finish this this video. It says 54 minutes, so 35 minutes maybe. That'll put us at 8 o'clock, hopefully.
From Tony, he had said that he was talking to a girl named Casey, but she had a kid.
Do you have any specific recollection of the defendant speaking about Kaylee on that first meeting?
Please feel free to
Not on
share.
that first meeting, no, sir.
Did you
and
ever meet
subscribe
Kaylee
if you
Anthony?
haven't.
Yes, I did.
Where did you first meet Kaylee Anthony?
At the Sutton Place Apartments.
How many times in all do you think that you've seen Kaylee Anthony?
4 or 5 times.
Did Kaylee Anthony ever spend the night over at your apartment with Tony and your other roommates?
No, she never actually stayed over.
Did there come a time
So she was
when
just there during the
Casey
day.
Anthony started staying at your apartment more or less full time?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall generally when that was?
Right around the beginning of June into the middle of June is when she started being over there every single day and spending most of her nights over there.
Did you mind that she did that?
No, not at all.
Was this a big apartment to your mind?
No, it wasn't a very big apartment at all. We were all kind of crammed in there.
Overruled. Previous objection will be noted.
Now, while she was staying with you and your roommates, did Casey Anthony ever tell you anything about her employment?
Yes, she told us that she worked at Universal Studios.
Did you ever see any ID cards or anything that would reflect that she actually did work there?
Never saw any credentials.
Did she ever tell you about her work?
No,
Did you ever complain about work?
no.
Did you ever see her getting ready to go to work?
I would see her appear like she was getting ready to leave the apartment, and she would say that she was going to work. So yes,
Then would you subsequently see her later on that evening?
she'd come back.
When she came back, did she tell you about her day at work?
She was pretty silent about it. She didn't really, like I said, she didn't really talk about her work all that much.
Now, you had testified that when you first met Casey Anthony, you had seen Kaylee 2, 3, or 4 times, somewhere around there, correct?
Yes.
When she started staying with you full time, did you ever see Kaylee Anthony?
No, that was when she started staying over at the apartment on a regular basis was when we stopped seeing Kaylee.
Did you ever ask her where Kaylee was?
Yes, we did.
Not we, you. Did you
Yes,
ever ask her?
yes, I did.
All right. What did she tell you?
She said that she was with the nanny.
Did the nanny have a name?
She never really said the name. She never said the name to us. She just referred to her as the nanny.
Did she indicate that the nanny was local?
Yes.
Did she ever indicate to you that Kaylee was anywhere other than Orlando?
No.
Did it ever seem odd to you that the child was always with the nanny?
Mr. Gordon.
I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm asking him.
Overruled.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Did you ever find it odd that Kaylee was never over at the apartment?
Same objection, Judge. He's asking for his opinion.
Sustain this to that question.
Did you ever question the defendant about where Kaylee was?
We asked her, or I asked her, where, I haven't seen Kaylee in a while, where is she? And like I said, she said she was with the nanny.
When she told you that, was there ever any concern in her
No,
voice when she told you that?
no,
Did she ever appear worried about where Kaylee was?
no.
Did she ever seem sad that she did not see her?
Her demeanor never changed. She was the same person.
When you say that, was her demeanor any different during this time period when Kaylee was not around than when you first met the defendant with Kaylee?
No,
Did you also have a laptop?
yes, I did.
And that was part of the full sale enrollment, I guess?
Yeah, when we enrolled, it was wrapped up into our tuition. So we basically did pay for it. But yes, I did have a laptop.
Did you ever see the defendant with a laptop?
Yes, I did.
What type of laptop did she have?
I believe it was an HP, regular base model Windows computer.
Did you ever use her computer?
No, sir.
Did she, to your knowledge, ever use yours?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did you ever see her, the defendant, use any computer other than her own?
No.
While she was staying with you, were you ever present while she spoke on the phone?
Yes.
When she spoke on the phone, do you know to whom she was speaking?
She would leave the apartment to take phone calls. She would walk outside. She would walk out onto the porch or walk out to the front door. And every time it was either she was on the phone with the nanny or she was on the phone with her mom.
Is that what she told you when she came back?
Yes.
When she came back after these phone calls, did you ever notice any change in demeanor on the part of Casey Anthony?
No, sir.
Did she ever appear worried
No, sir.
or nervous
No, sir.
or scared?
No, sir.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Casey Anthony on a regular basis during this time?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you saw her on a daily basis during this time?
Yes.
Other than hanging out within the apartment, did you ever hang out outside of the apartment?
Yes.
Where do you recall going with her and other people?
Overruled at this point.
Every Friday night, we had our own promotional night at Club Fusion. Me, Tony, we're business partners. We were
I have to mention this. Today has also, on top of everything else, been my highest views day I've ever had. I am just flabbergasted, you guys. Thank you. I'm looking at my analytics and I'm just like floored. You guys are incredible.
DJs, and she would come every Friday night, and she was trying to help us bring people out. And So yes, every Friday night we were at Fusion, and then there was a few times that we went out to regular or random bars in Orlando, around the UCF area or the downtown area.
When you say that the defendant helped bring people out, what do you mean?
She was a promoter. She would, because she was Tony's girlfriend, she would help talk to her friends, tell her friends to come to the club, because the more people that came out, obviously, the more money we were going to make. And so that's what she would do for us.
How did she do that?
Just by telling her friends, text messaging, Facebook, MySpace, telling them to come out and come to Fusion.
Did you ever see her actually do that? Sending out text messages or emails?
I never saw it saw the text messages or emails, but I did see her post stuff on her MySpace page and her Facebook page, but none of her friends ever came.
While at Fusion, you said you and Tony were business partners. This was your event, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant participate in those events?
Yes, she did.
What role did she play?
The promo girl. She was in a couple of our contests that I hosted. She was in a hot body contest. She would mingle with the crowd, with the people who were there, and pretty much.
Did she do this these events were on Friday?
Yes, sir.
Was this every Friday in the month of June of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a shot girl is?
Yes.
What's a shot girl?
Shot girl is a girl who walks around with a tray of pre-mixed shots and sells them to patrons inside of the club.
Now, is this something that you as a business with Tony would coordinate?
We would coordinate the girls, but we didn't pay the girls. That was based from the club.
All right. Did the defendant have anything to do with selecting shot girls?
No.
Did she ever have anything, to your knowledge, to do with how the shot girls dressed?
She would give her little tidbits of
Exactly,
this,
Pixie.
information for the girls, but most of the time I was the one who was telling the girls what they needed to wear.
When you say that the defendant would give tidbits, what are you talking about?
She would say, maybe the girls should wear these shorts or this skirt with this top. That was the extent of it.
While you were at home with the defendant, did you ever witness her looking for outfits for the girls to wear?
No.
Did she make suggestions to the girls in your presence while at Fusion?
Yes.
About what to wear?
Yes, sir.
Do you know a woman by the name of Maria Kish?
Yes, I do.
Who is she?
Maria was my girlfriend at the time.
I take it she's not now?
No, she's not now.
Okay. Did she attend any of the nights of Fusion with you?
Yes, she did.
The nights that you were at Fusion with the defendant, what can you tell the jury about her overall demeanor?
Hey, don't forget to
She was
like
partying
the
and having a
stream,
good
please.
time.
Thanks.
I don't believe it was.
Overall,
She was partying and having a good time.
When you say partying, are you talking about drinking?
Drinking, yes, sir.
She dancing?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever display any emotion to you that would indicate that she was upset about anything?
No.
Did she appear happy?
Yes.
The times that you saw, or how would you characterize based upon what you saw, the relationship between the defendant and Tony Lazaro? Observations, Judge.
overall at this point.
They both seemed happy with each other. She would, come over, cook dinner for everybody, clean up the apartment, do laundry. Tony was happy, and so was she.
Did you, in that brief period of time, ever see the defendant and Tony fight?
No.
During this time period that she was basically living with you, did you ever notice the defendant be sad,
No.
angry,
No.
depressed,
No.
withdrawn?
No. She was still the same.
Did she appear exactly the same during this time period when she was living with you than when
Good
you first
night,
met her?
Nicole.
with
Thank
Kaylee?
you
Yes.
so much for being a part of
No difference,
No
tonight.
different.
Were you at home on July 15th when the defendant's mother came over?
No, I was not. I had moved out by then.
You were out.
Mhm.
After you had moved out, when did you move out?
About 2 weeks before that.
After you moved out, did you ever have any other contact with Casey Anthony?
No.
Did you ever speak with her again?
Me and Tony had a falling out with each other over the club Fusion, and she was trying to rekindle our friendship, trying to be the good girlfriend, trying to get her boyfriend's best friend back. And that was all the contact that we had.
How did she attempt to do that?
She would just text and say, hey, you should come and hang out with me and Tony. We're going, such and such, we're going out tonight. You guys should come out, squash this beef and become friends again. And we eventually did.
Was that because of her efforts?
No.
This was subsequent.
Yes.
All right. So again, after you had moved out, and other than the text messages or emails that you've described for us, did you have any other contact with Casey Anthony?
No, there's no other contact.
While she was living with you, did she ever tell you that her daughter had been kidnapped?
No.
That she was missing?
No.
That while you were at school, she was actively looking for her?
No.
That she was worried about her?
No.
She needed help?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Cross-examination.
Morning, Mr. House.
Good morning.
You met Casey the end of May, early
Yes.
June?
Into May.
Okay. What date exactly?
May 21st, 22nd.
How do you know that that was the
It
date
was one of our friends' birthdays. And it was that time that we met.
that week? So the end of May.
Into May, yes, sir.
And you moved out July 1st?
July 1st, second, one of those days.
So the complete extent that you know Casey Anthony is a month and a half?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that month and a half, you saw Kaylee how many times?
4 or 5 times
And where did you see her?
at the apartment.
Did she have a backpack with her or food or anything like
Yeah,
that?
she would come over with a backpack that had toys in it, flashcards.
Is it too loud?
Let me stop you there. Flashcard, what kind of flashcards?
Flashcards that had shapes and colors on them that Casey would flash to show Kaylee, and she would say what it was.
And Kaylee you would hear Kaylee
Yes.
describe what kind of colors they were?
Mhm.
So yes?
Yes.
You have to say yes for her.
Okay.
All right. Okay. And what other learning tools did you see Casey teach Kaylee?
Never saw any other learning tools, but she would grab Cam's drum set little thing, and she would always play on the drums. But other than that, no other learning tools. DVDs, she did have some DVDs that she always brought over.
So in this bag, obviously you would see diapers, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other snacks in case Kaylee got hungry.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see Kaylee malnourished?
No, no, sir.
Did you ever see Kaylee neglected in any way?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Casey strike Kaylee at any time?
No,
Did you ever see Kaylee treat Kaylee as if she were a burden or negative?
no, not at all.
Would you say she was a good mother?
Yes, I would.
Sustain.
Now,
We asked that question and response be stricken.
Request granted. Please read 4.04.5, folks.
now,
Thank you. You
sir,
may proceed.
thank you, sir. Apologize, Your Honor. Those times were times you had seen her. Did you ever see them go out to the pool?
No,
Okay, so you weren't there on June 2nd when Kaylee and
Assuming facts not in evidence, the witness's answer, he did not. Now counsel testify.
I'll rephrase it.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Were you aware that Tony Lazaro and Casey and Kaylee went to the pool on June 2nd?
yes,
And who else was present?
nobody. It was just them.
Now, you mentioned some things about the computer, that you had a computer.
Yes,
Okay. Casey had a computer.
yes,
Everybody had a computer.
yes.
Nobody designated you to monitor everybody's computer, did they?
No, sir.
So you weren't keeping any close eye on Casey's computer at any time?
No, sir.
And now you met at the end of May and you moved out in July. And you described that you worked at Fusions.
Yes,
And Tony I guess the two of you were promoters?
yes,
And part of a promoter's job is to get people to come into the club.
yes. That is the definition of a promoter.
Okay. For those of us that don't know the promoting world, do you get a percentage of the door?
Depends on what deal you have worked out with the club. It can range from anywhere from 100% of the door to half of the door to $2 a head for everybody that walks through.
What about drinks? Do you get any money off the alcohol?
No,
Okay, so it's just the door.
it's just the door. It's illegal to give money to a promoter off of the bar sales because it's their liquor license, not yours.
And when we say the door, we're talking about what they charge you to get in.
Door entrance, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you, as a promoter, contact every single person you know to let them know that on Friday night or Saturday night or whatever night that you're promoting, your company is going to be promoting that club.
Yes,
And what you're selling is the atmosphere, right?
yes,
And the atmosphere in
The
this specific
vibe.
place, Fusion is a sushi bar.
yes,
Okay. So after the sushi bar closes, it kind of turns into like a martini bar, so to speak.
yes,
Now, you were at this time calling everyone you know, texting everyone you know, and posting on Facebook and MySpace to come to Fusions.
yes, sir.
And so was Tony.
Yes, sir.
And because Tony was dating Casey, Casey did that too.
Yes, sir.
And everyone was you would encourage all your friends to tell your friends and tell their friends, right?
That's the idea. Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you're a popular guy and you know a lot of people, you can do fairly well in this business.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And especially you guys being college students.
Yes,
Now, this business with the shot girls, that is a portion of your theme or ambiance, right?
yes.
And Casey wasn't a shot girl, was she?
No, she wasn't.
In fact, what Casey volunteered to do was to help her boyfriend, I guess, coordinate or manage these shot girls. Is that a fair assessment? Or
It's a fair assessment, but it wasn't really what she was doing. She wasn't managing anybody. That was down to me and Tony.
she took an interest in it,
She took an interest in it, but when it comes down to it, it was us.
and it was to help you in any way you can so you could be more successful.
Yes,
And this is while she was also staying with you, living rent free.
yes,
And she was pulling her weight by doing this. Part of pulling her weight was doing this, helping you financially?
Yes.
Also cooking,
Yes, you could cook.
cleaning the house,
Yes.
throwing out the trash?
No, that was us.
Okay.
That was the guys.
So you never threw, do you know if Casey ever threw out the trash or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And you mentioned even after you and Tony had a falling out, she wanted to put you two back together.
Yes.
And you mentioned that Casey was a friendly girl.
Yes, she was.
She was nice.
Yes, she was.
She cared about people.
Yes, she did.
She cared about you. So yes.
Yes.
And even though she barely knew you.
Yes.
And you saw her caring for her child.
Yes, I did.
And you have now found out that Kaylee was dead during that time period.
I'm just reading chat. It's like
Have you since found out, sir?
a
Sustained.
wild thought.
Have you since found out that Kaylee was dead during this time?
Yes, I have.
And you absolutely noticed no change in her behavior.
Not one change.
Let me
in
finish the question. You saw absolutely no change in her behavior from the moment, from the time period where she was a loving and caring mother up until the time that Kaylee was deceased and living with you.
Never saw one change in her.
I have no further questions.
Redirect, Mr. George?
No, sir.
Mr. George.
Subject to recall, I
It's
guess.
okay, bro.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
My name is Maria Kish, Kissh.
May I inquire, sir?
May proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ms. Kish, correct?
Yes,
All right. Ms. Kish, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Are you still, or do you currently live in Central Florida?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is you do for a living?
I'm a sales manager
For a department store or
for a
retail
retail
chain?
company. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
A retail company. Yes, sir.
How long have you been doing that?
A little more than a year.
Can you tell the jury anything about your educational background?
Yes, I went to the University of Florida and majored in political science.
You graduated?
Yes, sir.
What year?
2007.
Back in, I want to draw your attention back to 2008. In 2008, were you employed?
Yes, I was.
What were you doing in 2008?
I was helping on a county campaign.
You were helping out on a campaign?
I was working for a man who was running for a county office.
No,
Was that a paying job or a volunteer job?
It was a paying job.
no.
Did you hold that position in May and June of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Back then, what were your work hours, if you recall?
They were pretty much traditional work hours, 9 to 5.
Please make sure to like the comment, the guy, Lefty Lulz. Make sure to like him or subscribe to him. I'm sorry. I have 2 beers and I lose all control. It's a celebration. Not really. We're doing that later. Please sub to Lefty. He has been such a cheerleader throughout all of this. And he does like live streams in the middle of the night of him playing different games. Even if you don't watch those sort of things, please sub. It helps him with his algorithm. Thanks, guys.
Sometimes a little bit later.
Halfway through.
During this time period, do you recall where you lived in Orlando?
Yes.
What side of town?
I was living in Kissimmee at the time.
Kissimmee.
Mhm.
In Osceola County or Orange County?
Osceola County.
During this time period of May and June of 2008, did you know a person by the name of Clint House?
Yes.
Who was he at the time?
We were dating at the time.
When did you first start dating Mr. House?
Back in May.
And were you dating him throughout May and June of 2008?
Yes, sir.
What about July?
Yes, sir.
At any time, did the two of you live together?
No, we did not live together.
Directing your attention to June of 2008, did you meet Casey Anthony?
Yes, I did.
Where did you first meet Casey Anthony?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was out somewhere. Like at a,
Wasn't at somebody's apartment?
I believe it was like a party atmosphere. I can't recall whose house or anything, but.
How were you introduced to her?
I was
Just
introduced
click
to Clint.
the link that
it was just
maybe
the
has
girl he was
posted.
seeing at the time. That's how she was introduced.
That who was seeing it?
That Tony Lazara was seeing at the time.
Had you already known Tony
Yes.
Lazara?
I met him several times, yes.
Did you know Nathan Lesnovich?
Yes.
So you had known all these people.
This
but
is the
Casey
buzzing
Anthony was
noise.
a new person that you had met.
Right.
All right. When you met the defendant, did you also meet her daughter on that first time?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you meet her daughter?
Yes, I did.
Where do you recall meeting her daughter?
Girl.
It was at Tony's apartment.
What do you recall about meeting her when you first arrived?
I had just gone over there to meet up with Clint, and knocked on the door and she answered the door.
Who answered the door?
Kaylee answered the door by herself.
Had you ever seen her before that time?
No, sir.
And did you ask her who she was, or what was your reaction upon
Thank
this
you.
little child answering the door?
Knew who she was. And I just said, hi, how are you?
And did you enter the apartment?
Yes, I did.
He's a
When you
friend.
first walked into the apartment, did you see the defendant?
No, I didn't.
Did you have any idea where she was?
I assumed she was there, and later I saw she was just back in one of the rooms.
At some point, did you see Casey?
I did.
Where did you see her coming from?
From Tony's room.
How much time did you spend with Kaylee on that day?
Not very long. Maybe it was less than half an hour.
Did you spend any time with Kaylee during this time period?
I did.
How long?
Probably 15, 20 minutes.
During the time frame that you spent with her, was
Ketchup,
her mother, Casey, and you were
mustard.
around?
She had, like I said, I'd seen her come out of the room.
Oh, Ro.
I'd seen her come out of the room for a minute. I can't remember for what. And then she went back
Back where?
into Tony's room.
Into Tony's room?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Sorry. Yes, back into Tony's room.
Thank you. Now, you obviously saw your boyfriend.
Yes,
Did you at some point leave?
we did.
What do you recall about getting ready to leave?
Clint was doing something else, and I ended up sitting out on the balcony of the apartment, and Kaylee was out there as well. And Clint came and got me and said that he was ready to go. And I felt uncomfortable.
Why?
Because I was on the balcony with her alone, and I didn't want to leave her out there alone.
Now, was this balcony screened?
Yes, it was.
But did you still feel it was safe to be out there?
Objection, 4-3, won't distract the fire line.
Approach.
Ms.
Maybe
Bishop, we left off
people
with
ask
you
these
and
questions
Kaylee
because
on
they're
the balcony.
illiterate.
And it was time for you to go?
I've never
What
considered
happened after
that.
Right around that time, everyone was getting ready to leave the apartment. Clint and I were going to go get dinner, and Tony, Kaylee, and Casey were going to leave as well. So Casey and Tony came.
Overrule at this point.
Casey and Tony came out, and Casey told Kaylee to get her shoes on because it was time for them to leave. And that was about it. And I saw Kaylee struggling to put on her shoes and socks. So I helped her put on her shoes and tie her shoelaces for her and get her ready to leave the apartment.
Was Kaylee verbal with you? Was she speaking with you?
Yes, she was.
You said that you were all getting ready to leave the apartment. Did you all have plans to go out together?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Was the plan for all of you to go out together?
No.
So you and your boyfriend were going out?
Mhm. Yes.
Sorry, sir. Thank you. After that visit, when you saw Kaylee, did you ever see her again?
No, sir.
During this time period, in June of 2008, how often were you over at your boyfriend's apartment?
2 to 3 times a week.
When you went over there, were those instances in which you stayed the night?
A few times I did.
A couple times.
Yes.
When you were over there, do you recall a time when Casey Anthony was also over there?
I do.
Do you recall a time when Ms. Anthony was there all of the time?
Yes, I do.
How were you made aware of that? Or how did you become aware of that?
That she was there all the time.
Yes.
I would talk to Clint, and I would just be getting off work, and he would tell me that Casey had been there all day. And
Sustain.
Were there times, you said you worked 9 to 5.
yes, sir.
After work, would you have the occasion to go over your boyfriend's apartment?
Yes.
Was the defendant there?
Yes.
When you stayed for dinner, was the defendant there?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant? Would you consider yourself friends or acquaintances or what?
It was just, we saw each other several times because Joni and Clint were living together, and she was over there. And so I was over there. It wasn't, we didn't have a friendship, but it was just, I guess, an acquaintance. So.
Were you polite to one another?
Yes,
Wait,
You weren't like, you didn't get into arguments with her, did you?
no, never.
Did you ever tell her about your work and what you did?
I can't recall. I
Did
did
she
not.
ever tell you about her work?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about her work?
She said she worked for Universal as an event planner.
Did she ever give you any other detail other than event planner?
No, sir.
Did she ever tell you what her hours were?
Not that I can remember.
I'm sorry, can you say yes or no?
Not that I can remember, though.
Did you ever see any type of identification on the defendant from Universal Studios?
No, sir.
Did you ever question that she actually worked at Universal Studios?
No, sir.
Other than the apartment, did you have the occasion to spend time with the defendant outside of the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of things did you do?
Usually just involved going out at night to a bar or club, or just grabbing a bite to eat.
Did you have the opportunity to see the defendant and Tony Lazaro together?
Yes.
As a couple, what were your observations of them as a couple?
Judge, calling for an opinion.
Asking for observations, Your Honor, not an opinion.
Judge, I don't believe she's a therapist of any kind to be giving opinions on.
Based upon that objection, the objection to be overruled.
That means you can answer the question. What did you observe about their relationship?
That they got along well, and they were casually dating, and it seemed to be beneficial for Tony.
I'm sorry?
It seemed to be beneficial for Tony.
Did they appear to genuinely like each other?
I believe so.
I'm sorry?
I believe so, yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kish, I'm having a little hard time hearing you. If I could just ask you to speak up nice and loud into the mic, okay?
Excuse me, Ms. Kish. He's
that you spent
freaking deaf.
The defendant and Mr. Lazaro, did you ever see them argue?
No.
Do you know what Fusion is?
Yes, I do.
What is Fusion?
It is a restaurant/nightclub.
Have you had the occasion to be at Fusion with your boyfriend and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What type of things happened? How many times have you been at Fusion with the defendant?
One time.
Tell the jury what happens at these events. Is there a show? Is there a concert? What is it?
The time I went with the defendant, it was
Sure. Do you recall the date in which you went to Fusion with the defendant?
it was June 20th.
How do you know it was June 20th? Because I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because I remember it was that Friday, and I met up with everybody that night, and there was a hot body contest that night as well.
And what time did you go to Fusion with your boyfriend, or did you meet everybody there?
I met everybody there.
What do you recall about the hot body contest?
Check to the relevance, Judge.
Sustained as phrased.
Did you witness the hot body contest?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant participate in the hot body contest?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing on June 20th of 2008 during the hot body contest?
Yeah, she was wearing just a thin knit dress.
Do you recall the color?
It was a bluish color.
Do you see this guy? He's like looking at Casey like, I could see that.
Too many buttons up here. I'm showing you what's been, I believe, entered into evidence of state's number. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, this is number 2. Number 3. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
I do.
Who's in that photograph?
On the left is Casey Anthony, and on the right is Nathan Lesnovich.
Do you recall Nathan being at Fusion when you were at Fusion on June 20th?
Yes.
2008. Based upon that dress or that outfit that Ms. Anthony appears to be wearing, does that appear to be an accurate representation of what the defendant looked like and what she was wearing on June 20th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in the contest?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. You know, may I republish this to the jury one more time just for a brief period of time?
That woke you up. Hey.
Clerk. Case published in states number 3 in evidence.
Do you recall the defendant having any role to play at Fusion on this night other than participating in the hot body contest?
Yes, I do.
Overruled.
What did you understand the defendant's role to be on this night?
She was in charge of the shop girls.
Did you see her actually interacting with the shop girls?
I did.
Did you actually hear her talking to them about what they were supposed to do or not supposed to do?
I did.
Did you hear her discussing their attire or what they should wear?
I can't remember. She specifically discussed that.
During this time period, was there anything about the defendant's demeanor that alarmed you?
No.
Did she ever appear angry?
No.
Or upset?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir, she did not.
Did you stay at Fusion on June 20th, 2008 until it closed?
Yes.
Where did you stay that night?
I stayed at their apartment that night.
Did you see the defendant the next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where do you recall seeing her?
In the kitchen of the apartment.
Was this in the morning or the afternoon?
It was in the morning.
Overrule at this point, but let's get there, Mr. George.
Yes, sir. Did you have a discussion with her that morning?
I did.
What did you talk about?
I asked her where Kaylee was.
Ooh.
And what did she tell you?
She told me that she was spending the weekend at the beach with the nanny.
When she said the nanny, did she give you a name?
No, sir.
Did she tell you anything about her financial relationship with the nanny?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that she paid the nanny $400 a week.
$400 a week.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
A week?
Did you inquire, I'm talking English, did you ask the defendant anything about Kaylee's dad?
Approach.
That is concerning. $400 a
We
week.
may proceed. Objection overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember the question?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with the defendant about Kaylee's dad?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about Kaylee's dad?
She told me that he was deceased.
Good deal, maybe.
Now, you were aware that Ms. Anthony was staying at the apartment, correct?
Yes.
Sustain.
Train.
Did you have a discussion with the defendant about her living situation?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you what her living situation was?
Choo, choo.
That she was going to move into her parents' house. They were moving out and giving the house to her.
Oh.
To her?
To her, yes, and Kaylee.
I'm sure George and
Did she tell you when
what's
she
her
was planning on
face
moving
are
into the
raising
house that her
her
parents had left?
She didn't give an exact time. It was within the next couple months.
Did Casey Anthony ever tell you that her daughter was missing?
No, sir.
Did she ever tell you that her daughter was kidnapped?
No, sir.
Did she ever tell you that she was out looking for her?
No, sir.
Did she ever ask you for help?
No.
The times that you knew, for the weeks that you spent acquainted with Ms. Anthony, did you ever have the occasion to ride in her car?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I can't remember the exact date.
Was it while she was staying with Clinton and those guys, or was it before?
It was while she was staying there.
Other than that, did you ever go in the car?
No.
When you were in the car, who were you with?
It was with Casey, obviously, Tony, and Clint.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, man.
Good morning.
Where did you go when you were in the car?
I believe we just went to get something to eat.
And Casey drove?
I can't remember who drove. It was either Casey or Tony.
And you sat in the passenger side or in the back?
I sat in the back seat.
Okay. And when you sat in the back seat, did you smell any foul odor?
No, sir.
And Clint was with you in the back seat?
Yes.
And did Clint say, oh, something stinks back here or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And what about Tony? Did he say, well, this car stinks?
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned that you didn't have a friendship with Casey.
Correct.
You weren't friends in any way.
No, we were acquaintances.
Right. And this thin blue dress that she was wearing, well, I'll strike that. No, you didn't like her being over at the house, did you?
It didn't bother me personally.
Your boyfriend lived at the house.
Correct.
And Casey was living at the same house as your boyfriend.
Correct.
It definitely bothered her.
And it struck you odd that she was there all the time.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you mentioned that you would call your boyfriend and she was there.
Yes.
And that didn't bother you at all.
That she was at the house.
She was spending all this time where your boyfriend was.
No, it didn't bother me at all.
And
If it's me, it's because my eyes are dry.
this is someone, of course, that you had no friendship with, and that didn't bother you in any way, shape, or form.
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, sir, to that. She was dating Tony.
Another question.
Okay, may the witness be excused.
All right. So this was 5. Okay. Let me go ahead and do number 6 so that we are ready tomorrow. Guys, this was such a tremendous day. This was huge. And Pearl Bailey, can you wake up? You're just so loud. Very important day. My original goal when I started doing this was to get monetized before the end of the year. And I did that in November, and I was shocked last week when I started getting 50,000 views, and I started getting massive waves of follows. I didn't think that it would. I did not envision December going this well. So I am extremely grateful. My dog is so loud right now. Like, I feel like she's just being petty and just she's just like being petty. Okay. Huge shout out not only to you guys, but to Maybe and Lefty. If you haven't already given them a follow, I know Lefty is really trying to get some subs. That would be great. If you could please subscribe to Lefty's channel. That would mean a lot to me. I'll go ahead and share his. That is his information. So she is a French bulldog. Frenchie. Pearl Bailey. What are you dreaming about? Are you dreaming about treats? What about Frank? What about Grandma? I'm sorry. Go back to sleep. Did you hear that? He was like, you're an asshole. Okay. Getting it together. I am so grateful. This was the best Christmas gift I could have ever gotten. Hands down. For her reasons I won't divulge in right now, but I am so thankful. So thank you all. And we will do a celebration stream. It dawned on me that next week is Christmas. So I'm not sure which day we should do it, just because of Christmas. With that being said, I am live every Tuesday through Friday from 3:30 p.m. to around this time, 8 to 8:30. And I would love to have you guys come back and be a part of the trials with us. This is scheduled to go until January 14th, at which point I'll get to that later. But a lot of big things in the horizon to look forward to. And I am so grateful for the support, for your viewership, for everything. So thank you. And continue to send me feedback and thoughts and recommendations of trials. I love that. I can't put the dog on mute because she's right next to me, but I am closing shop for the night. So I will see you guys tomorrow around 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Thanks, and I'm so thankful. Bye, guys. Have a great night.